Hello.
Wild Saber, sometimes I need a wacky with like a newspaper or something like that. I I get in here, not even 3 minutes and 30 seconds until we get started, and I get the Zeebs! You need to watch this IP that has nothing to do with what you're playing right now. You need to see it! Now, I get you're enthusiastic. Number one, I've seen it. Number two, the Gears of War IP is fairly lukewarm to me, unfortunately. Also, am I like... Hang on, let me move myself so it's like more like, you know, front and center, like so. So yeah. Like, I get it. People are passionate about their cookie for Vulpecula. Here's your cookie. Number 4, I want to compute. So yeah, like, how was my camp? Thank you, 10 Mux. Thank you so much. This is how you do a starter. I did have a camping trip, 10 Mux. It was wonderful. Thank you for asking. I was on a camping trip, because if any of you like noticed, I didn't stream on the Wednesday or the Friday or the Sunday with Code and Velk, and it was honestly a very fantastic. Oh, I feel like I'm not looking properly. Hang on a second. Ding ding ding. Here we go. Bam. There we go. So yeah, I had a wonderful time camping, because number one, I was with my girlfriend Artemis Snap. She in the chat when she shouldn't be. She has a exam coming up that she has to wake up early for, so she's either taking like, you know, a nice short break from the studies and such like that for just a couple minutes and such. He did hit his head on a lantern several times. Oh, you did too. I should not be, you know, lauded over for having my head get hit on the lantern. You did too. Try and stop me from being here. Ugh, this is what. Yeah, see, look at that. Oh, Porkin King has got the right idea. Chat, we need to remind Artemis Snap. We need to remind my lovely, intelligent girlfriend that she has like proper like exams and studies and such like that. And like, you know, if you're just here for a quick break, like, I suppose it's what, 5:59 right now. Maybe it's one of those cases of like, you know, you're giving yourself like, you know, like 10 minutes or 30 minutes or however long the break is or what have you. But if you're here like all night, you am just here for a break, awesome, cool. But if you're here all night for the whole stream, there's gonna be some words. There's gonna be some words. But yeah, so hey, that's not fair. So yeah, so I was on a camping trip with my lovely girlfriend Artemis Snap. I've been camping before, but it's been a long time since I did camping. So I will be frank, there were some areas I'll be popping in and out. Radio. It has been a long while since I've done it, and you should know this, Artemis needs her brain food and her mouth food for focusing. What? Stealing the shirt is apparently either brain food or mouth food. I don't know which one of the two it is. But yeah, so where is my head at? So yeah, so the camping, I haven't done it in a while, but I am like I'm not like super green to the whole thing. Brain food, I'm gonna eat your shirt. Apparently snow leopards eat shirts now. There's been a number of things that I have not been keeping up to date with, it seems, during the time that I've been in on my little camping trip with Artemis Snap. But anywhoosies, it's been a while since we bring haw. Oh my gosh, Porkin King, your organism valid because I'm stealing your shirt. Going to eat the shirt, jeez. Anyway, but yeah, so the camping trip was a really fun one to do, because it was one where Artemis was like, because I'm trying to think of how much we can talk about with it. Actually, probably quite a bit, I imagine. So this was a camping trip that wasn't just me and Artemis. There's like a whole group of people. Like, it's not like a fur con, I should say. You can talk fully about it, cool. It's not like a fur con where there's like, oh, you know, a couple thousand people like in a hotel and we're going into a nearby thingamadiggy or anything like that. What it actually was close to 200 people, I think, were on campgrounds and what have you. And it was majority people in tents and such, and some of us in cabins. We were one of the people in a tent, and the theme, like, everyone here has like, you know, different kinds of preferences and like special interests and what have you. But if you went to this camp, there was a theme. And it was people that were huge fans of earlier medieval times. So we're talking pre-16th century stuff. Like, so we're going like 16th century back and all this. So, and I believe the phrase is like I'm gonna probably say this really incorrectly. Anachronism. Anachronism.
Anachronism.
Anachronism. Thank you, TTS bot. So yeah, it was like a society of creative anachronism people. I probably even butchered that one. Anachronism. Yeah. So that was the whole point of the camping trip, was that it was for a very special event, and I had never been to one of those kinds of things before. Sure, I've been to a camping trip. Sure, I've been to a fur con, but never have I been on a camping trip where we were going back in time to, like, you know, this pre-17th century, and Artemis Snep very much loves this sort of stuff. This is, while my special interests is like, you know, hyper furries and video games and media meta-analysis and memes and what have you. This was one of Artemis's, which was the Anachronism Society. So it's all about, you know, the past and sort of like, you know, old-timey fashions, crafting techniques, like everything, like, you know, going back to, like, I don't want to say a simpler time, but to a like maybe an oversimplified time would be a best way. Oh, thank you for that was the most animated what I've heard in a long minute. Thank you so much, Porking King. I do appreciate the clips. I really need to start sharing them a lot more often and do some such. So yeah, so it was a trip. So yeah, it took us like over an hour, more rural time. Yeah, off the grid, rural. And what's more is everyone there. So there's like 200 people there, and there were massive tents, there were canopies, there were peeps that were selling wares of, like, you know, personally crafted threads or tools or fashions. There was someone like selling these Nordic runes that they would personally stamp into copper rings or bracelets, which was really interesting. We had like a lot of cool stuff. We should have taken photos of the sites. We probably, like, I was taking sneaky photos of peeps and what have you. I don't want to put anything on the internet right now I was involving them, because personally for me, like, I like the little, you know, holding on to, you know, the memories and what have you, and not like doing too much of a sharing on the like the visual stuff on the interwebs and such. But I will definitely talk about it. I think that's the glitch, is that I will definitely, some photos are worth keeping private. Yeah, and what's more is I didn't make it a thing when there of like, oh yeah, like, you know, I'm a streamer. I do all kinds of, like, you know, content creation and such like that. Can I take a photo of you? You know, this might be shared online. It's like, I didn't do any of that. It was very much me, you know, I joined into Artemis's society. Artemis was good friends with a lot of people here, and she was introducing me to, you know, very important people. So there was like people that were there for when she started, like over 10 years ago. There were knights, there were barons. There was all kinds of serious things, and I was just sort of there. Day one, fun fact, day one, we arrive on the camping site on Friday, and I didn't have a garb. I didn't have like an attire that matched the era. I very much was I was in jeans, a pair of boots I got from Kmart that I was told was like, you know, those boots are good. And we were gonna pick up a pair of tops from someone on site, so then that way I could fit into the garb. But we didn't see them. We didn't get the garbs until, I want to say, late Friday night or Saturday morning, early morning. So during much of Friday, I was in boots, jeans, a plain, like a t-shirt that was, you know, from last year's event, Enter the Great Northern War, and the brain. You can do this, brain. You can do this, brain. You can do this, brain. And a cowboy hat. Day one of Artemis Zeeb's Knight in Shining Armor. The plot of Brave got some competition. I'm not a knight yet. There is a lot. Like so yeah, Art Porkings. There's a lot. This is serious society stuff as well. Like, so I was very much a man at a time for Friday. And so she gave me a cloak that she previously made in the past that was really big, so I could wrap myself around it, and I kept the cowboy hat, and I was just like, I feel like a man out of time, like I just been entrapped in another dimension, and the best thing I can do to keep myself alive is to not bring attention to myself by wearing this cloak so none of my future man attire frightens the populace. I put on a terrible Texan accent while I was there. Artemis was just like, oh my gosh, why'd you do that? But yeah, we met up with some lovely people, and each of them, like, they did the same sort of thing as it is in the furry community, which is you don't use real names. Like, sure, there's some people where you do know them by their real name, and some of them will do like a thing where it's like, oh, their persona name, like their anachronism name, or I'm trying to remember what their heraldry would be maybe relevant to their real life name, but that's not a requirement or anything like that. So I was going in there, you know, with my normal name, where, you know, Artemis was going like, oh yeah, this is Gran, this is my boyfriend, and I met with like some lovely people, and I met the quote unquote moms to Artemis, because as they were like really lovely to her, and they were from a different barony technically. We were all part of the same kingdom, but there were different baronies depending on what location within Queensland you were in. And it was mostly like, oh, are you north of the river? Or are you south? Hamlet. Thank you. Sorry. Not barony. Hamlet. My mistake there. Is the fishing working? It better be. Why isn't it working? It says I am Well, I'll fix that later, Het. So yeah, we love a badass medieval mom. Yes. So I met the mothers from a different Hamlet. And so, hang on, I'm just gonna do Het's fishing thing. There we go. So yeah, so I met her moms from a different Hamlet, and they were like, oh, it's lovely to meet you, and it's like, are you really cold? And I'm like, and I decided to be like, no, I don't want to, like, you know, have myself in like the incorrect garb completely. Granted, I was still wearing a cowboy hat, and I decide to throw in the accent just to be a comedic boyfriend, just being like, I didn't want to upset nobody's with my future wares. And they were just like, oh my gosh, they thought it was the funniest thing. And one of them commented of like, oh, it's like Matthew McConaughey. And I'm like, I can totally imagine Matthew McConaughey being put into like A Knight's Tale or something like that, and he just keeps the accent where he's just like, for too long our lords have been taxing us too much in our Hamlet, and it is time that we earn the favor to our king and prove to them that we the people, or something. So I did like some crazy line or something like that, and they were like, oh, is that from an actual film? I'm like, nope, I just decided to put on a really bad accent. And so excuse me. So yeah, and so
that was the Friday. Thank you so much for the hyper himbo hets. That was the Friday. We go over and dinner is served while we're on camp as well. So
hello.
During this campsite, we have our breakfast, we have our lunch, and we have our dinner. On Saturday, I was finally able to get the garb that we needed to borrow from the hospitality, is it? no, not the hospice. It begins with a H. It begins with a H. Hospitaller. 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 But yeah, so we get the garb from the Hospitaller, and it is a. Hang on a second. You told me what this was, and I sent it. It was a. It was called Burgundian. So I was gifted for the during the camp's time. I was loaned out 2 Burgundians. One was colored in blue and had a lovely like floral pattern, and then hi there, Nano Gamer. And then the second Burgunder was in black and gold, like gold orange. And so, amazingly enough, this 16th century French attire Burgundian, both of them would actually match with Artemis, because Artemis Snap, she does amazing knitting and sewing and craft. Like, because that's one of the things I've noticed as well. 14th century. You told me, was it 14th century? Yeah, sorry, 14th century French fashion. Yes. Now, amazing, can't knit to save my life, but you do crafts. That's like, you are part of the arts and science, like aspect of the anachronism. So you can do like, because you made your dresses. You did one dress, and I think you did an adjustment on another one. And turns out, like, both your dresses were going to color match with one of the Burgundians, which that was just like, a serendipity moment, which was really great. So we met one of your favorite. We met your favorite Baron, Aaron, a man named Dimitri, and it was like, oh, could you do blue was made for me, red from Friday I did most of the work on, yellow I bought. Okay. So it was like something new, something borrowed, something purchased. All right. So on the Saturday we were wearing the blue, and the Dimitri, the Baron, one of the Barons that was there, Artemis's favorite, he was also wearing blue, and I was like, oh, could you please take a photo of us? Because, it's I don't have too many photos of me looking good next to Artemis, my girlfriend. She's always looking amazing. And so it oh my gosh, this Baron was just, he was so funny. He was so charismatic. It was just like, oh yeah, no, absolutely. First we'll do one close up, then we'll go one for the distance, and then one selfie. And he took this talk of Barons and all puts me in the mood to play King of the Castle. But yeah, it was so funny. It's just like, I give him my phone to take photos of us. It was such a fun time. And so I now have like a photo of me when we were matching on the Saturday. Friday night there was like a tourney. So Dimitri's the Baron of photobombing. Yeah, I think that's cool though. I think it's real fun. It had a real like funny element to it, very casual. And during the camp time, not only so everyone's there, everyone's dressed in like their different eras and what have you, and amazingly enough, the king and queen were there as well. So you had all the different barons, like Dimitri and what have you, and then you had the king and queen. I remember the queen being Raiders. Hi, welcome. Welcome Salazar Greenwood. Welcome Raiders. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I don't normally sound like this. I'm hyper himboed right now because one of the viewers loves the big himbo muscles so much they made me even more muscular. So, but King Angus and Queen Genevieve, thank you, Artemis. I'm just going over like some of the story, like a little bit of the camping trip I went on earlier, which was why I, didn't find you didn't find me streaming. Hey. That's why you didn't find me streaming most of last week, and I didn't start streaming till tonight, because I was on a camping trip with my girlfriend Artemis Snap, with an anachronistic society. So all of us were dressed in like, pre-17th century attire. I was like on Saturday and Sunday I was dressed in 14th century gun. It's either gun or bun. Hang on. Burgundian. Sorry, that's gonna be such a difficult word. Burgundian. And I don't know. Sounds like something a 16th century baddie would say. So yeah. Once my measures is then I shall be major baddie. So yeah, so the king and queen were there. So there was so King Angus and Queen Genevieve and a number of the barons were there, and there was actually court proceedings that went off. So during the different times in the day, there would be heralds going, "Hear ye, hear ye!" Like they would just shout across the campus, across the grounds to bring all of us here. And where's my brain at? So the oye oye, sorry, oye oye. So yeah, and they would do it for when dinner or lunch was being served, and they did it for when court was going to be in attendance. And there was a few people that were getting awards because of their contributions to the arts and science or to something called the Mouse Guard. So it was for like the younger members, like pre-teens who had contributed to the society and were a great help to those of us that were there. And on, I think it was Saturday, it was either Saturday or the Sunday. I think it was the Saturday. No. Was it the Sun? There was a knighting. There was a knighting of Sven the Berserker, where like there was a whole thing, like because you had Sven, and it was they had some bannermen, I think, or something like that before him, or him like holding a heraldry or something like that. He knelt before the king and queen in their Svekker the Berserker. Thank you. Sorry about that, Artemis. And so, what normally happened is, like, even if the king or queen might have known who that person was, and they could have, like, spoke about them, they were like, but is there someone here who can speak for them of, like, their recent exploits, or to tell us of them? And, someone from the courts would, like, stand up, and they would be like, I shall speak for them. And so, there was, Sveka, I'm trying to, I don't know what you would call them, but basically their teacher got up and did a whole, like, thing about them being an amazing, fighter, and how not only, hey, no, Jack, no, this is not fair, what are you doing? No! So yeah, so there was someone tried to be an arse to my medieval mom and must have my revenge. They also called my talents in arts and science into question. I should take that very seriously. Yes, exactly. So there was a knighting. It was very crazy stuff, and like so people would be like the king had to strike him one time, and apparently this was something that this was something that Artemis introduced into the society, because previously, when being knighted, you would be struck by the king or queen. And the thing is that previously, like in previous, I don't know how far back it was, but before now, you would just be struck. You would just be slapped across the face. You didn't have a say in it. You like, if you were gonna get knighted, you were gonna get slapped across the face. Artemis, at one point in the society, brought forward of, hey, people are uncomfortable, and this...
is probably something I didn't introduce it, just edited the ceremonies on the order of the head herald. About 4 years ago it changed. Ah, okay, so you helped edit the ceremony. So yeah, instead of it being like a mandatory thing of getting struck across the face, it was now a voluntary thing. So it could be, the classic getting struck across the face of, congratulations, you're a knight, smacks him on the cheek. You can now instead forego it, or like so you don't get slapped at all, or you could have a medium, which was like, you know, like a foam bat or something like that, I think, or something or rather. So then that way you didn't, you know, get actually struck. So use that as a meme of a girl asking someone to hold their phone for their photo, and then when they swap the camera, she says, "Whoop." So yeah. But yeah, so Brain, you can do this. Do not get distracted by Wild Saber. And so it was just an amazing time. I very much enjoyed this camping trip. Sure, I missed out on watching, you know, the Game Awards, the Xbox Showcase, and all that kind of stuff. But I could watch that when I got back home today. I was able to do all that stuff. But during the camp, during Saturday and Sunday, I was able to dress up in the garbs. I was able to, you know, converse with some of the people that Artemis was familiar with, and it was honestly fantastic. And I really much enjoyed hanging out with the people, and I think I made a pretty good impression, considering there's another event that goes off, a feast. There's actually, like, not only was there, like, you know, camping with like tournament fighting and rapiers and archery and craft and what have you, that was over this weekend, but in a couple of months there's going to be a feast. So there are some people I met there that are like, hey, are you there, Grant, you there, you going to the feast, right? This is something Artemis goes to. Is she bringing you to the feast? So at this point, I'm going to a feast. It's going to be fantastic. So, like, Artemis has her work cut out for her, because she has some previous projects she needs to go through in regards to the society, but there's also new projects that she's bringing onto herself that she wants to try and get done in the next few months. Some of them involved at the feast, and some of them I think involved afterwards. So yeah. All right. Alrighty, I need to... excuse me. I need to go and get myself the readies for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to... oh, and Shadowbringers up to level 80, with no restrictions on playtime. It's going to be fantastic. My diabolical plan to disrupt the Zeebs has failed. Unfortunately, going with the, hey, have you seen this medium here? Hey, have you read this manga here? Hey, like, some of those, like, you've kind of been not for quite a number. Ow! God fucking damn it. Why would you do this to me, Sir Dragon? This isn't fair. All right, there were some things that I could be doing. Okay, so not Isabard. The Northern Empty, I think, is where I want to go. No, actually, hang on. Let me use the boats here to try and find the thing I'm looking for, because there is some stuff from Endwalker that I didn't fishy. Oh, are the fishes not working still? Hang on. Like, all right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna close the app, and then I'm going to run. All right, hang on. So I'm gonna have it properties. Is there a way for me to verify these, Ding, manage, properties, installed files, verify the integrity. Give me a second. I'm gonna have the thingy-majiggies run. All right, so all of them are verified. I'm gonna launch it, and then let us see. There we go. Yes, I understand there's a temporary chatbot outage. You don't need to mention this every time. It's been like that for the last few years. Alrighty, fish. Sir Dragon. Cookie for Porking King. Here's your cookie, Porking King. Alrighty. Minimize this. Bring this over here. Also, did I pause the music? Yes, I did. Cool. Awesome. So now it's just the... Congratulations, Sir Dragon. You got yourself a branch. Good for you. You got yourself a cool stick. Oh, cool. Now Jack's... Yep, cool. It works. Pork... Orc King. I don't know why. I heard... I see porking. That's for whatever reason, my brain is just like... Porking. Tasty stick. Oh, that reminds me, Jack. I need to send you a, I need to send you a Kookaburra I saw. Alright, can I... Nope, I don't want to go to Kugane. I don't want to go to Vesper Bay. I want to head to Old Charlian. Yes, I do. Thank you very much. Alrighty. A spell... So we got a Spellbinding Reed. Soaring Prophets. Awaiting Love. Alright. Maybe it's a Spellbinding Reed? Hi there. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Good job on the 97% himbo rating. That was really good. Shallowmore is an odd job for an entrepreneuring adventurer. Is this it? Well, if it isn't Grant, come seeking work to keep your hands busy? Well, you're in luck, for a client of ours specifically asked you for a little odd job. A Makote lass who seems to know you, in fact. Yanazakwa, a gleaner. I suppose there's no need to ponder. There she is. I have no idea who any of these people are. And I don't think this is... She's eating a rock? What the fuck? Why is there a... I just want to do the raid series. I just want to do the raid series for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like... Hang on a second. Give me a second. Well, I need to find out what the raid is called. It's like Asphodelis or something like that. Pandemonium. There we go. So... it requires a minimum item level. Crystal from Beyond. Complete an unwelcome visitor by talking to... Ah, okay, so I gotta go to Labyrinthos. So this is not the quest I want. Who the fuck is this cat lady? You happened upon a new ingredient for sale and simply had to test it. You ate a rock. This cat was dumb as shit and just ate a rock. Why the fuck is she eating a rock? I'm gonna send this to Sash. I'm gonna send this to my resident cat lady.
Blue Foxy Nicey Icy paid me to say wanky woo woo.
Hi there, Blue Foxy
you're
Nicey.
right, Paddy.
You eat rocks? So, like, are you talking about salt? You weren't there for when she was just eating an entire fucking rock. You weren't there for that. One and only Grant, I take it. 'Tis a pleasure to finally meet you. Thank you for keeping watch over my older sister. Stola can be quite the head. Oh, you're your Stola's sister. Mitra has relied upon your aid. Her respect isn't won easily, so I imagine my surprise when she began singing your praises. You're a gem muncher. I forgot. You eat biddies. Cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. When I had cause to seek out a skilled adventurer, I knew it had to be you. If my connections with matters of earth-shattering import, then who better to seek out for a little odd job? If you have no objections, I would start right away. Now, will you journey into the pages of ancient folklore with me? I have no idea what this is. I have no idea whatsoever. Manuscript to study a further mentor. Unfortunately, it's consumed well on it. I feel like I want to skip this. I will, when he so far was able to say my farewells, yet being suddenly left alone in unfamiliar land was difficult to say the least. Here we go. Luckily, my sister's there. Hardest of times. Hi there, Grimlar. I think this is the branching dungeon. Oh, this is the variant dungeons. They're kind of cool. I don't know if I enjoy them, however. I'm going to skip on this particular one. That will be like an off-stream sort of thing, not an on-stream thing. I'll be real with you. Let me skip all this, please. Let me skip all this. Like, the variant dungeons, I would never refuse Y'shtola's sister. Also, I need to find some new attire, like glamour, for my bunny boy to wear when it comes to dressing up for Evercold. As you might imagine, such a book must be kept safe and away from prying eyes, so I've left it in safekeeping at the Gleaner's Lodge in Journey's End. I shall await you there when you're ready. What an odd request, but I'm sure you've received order. Go on now, and best of luck. All right, cool. Still need to do the old ones. What, the variant dungeons? I'm looking to try and get done with the old raids. That's what I'm hoping to get done with. So, none of this also, you... Yeah, cool. Alright, so I need to go to... I think it's over here. Looking for. Sometimes it's tempting going into a party finder that would give me a, Hells on Wheels, the Windward Wilds, Everkeep, Mount Ordeals. Within inches of DT. Minimum, Silence the Echoes. M4, Cruiserweight. Oh, actually, let me do that one real quick. Gonna help them with that while I try and find the here we go. I shall be the tank. So yeah, Claudian, there's the fucker. There you are. I need to talk to you. For the record, cooler than being cool. And then there's all these places here. Gosh, I have not gone very far into the Hey, look! It's the little chocobo! It's Alpha! I can't... Hey there! I can't select you, but hi! Wave, hello! Hey there, little guy! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, so we just need 2 more in there, and then we're probably off to the races. Claudian's eyes are brimming with the excitement of discovery. Alrighty. Grant! I've made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Clouded, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah, yes, of course. My apologies, Grant. Being consumed by my research for so long, I am afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. Uh-oh, the thingamadiggy is full. Ah, in that case, perhaps you should start from the beginning with the credit out for the livings from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key, yet your self-witness power that, fortunately, your martial powers and the combined shit. Fuck it. Patterns suggest yearnings. So my friend, I believe it was a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this me cared only about or will grant graces with this thingamadiggy? I'm afraid more. Where is this from? As for you, my lord, I would ask you remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. I may have made a mistake in joining into a party finder while going through the middle of a thingamadiggies. Yunk. Oh my god, look at this fucking tank. Do you want a tank? Yes, please. This is probably one of my favorite of the aids. I have not gotten this in a while. I sure do hope I remember what I'm doing with this guy here. This guy is all about the disco.
Are you ready to get down?
The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins!
There we go.
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
Alrighty, so he's doing the 2-snap, which means that he will go ding, and then... Ow. Fuck. I made a mistake on that one. I miscounted. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, bam. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops.
Alrighty. Ding.
On the dance floor, everyone's a star.
Everyone's a star. Oh, shit.
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Alright, both healers are alive at the very least.
Baby, burn!
Alright, keep an eye on the spotlights.
To dance. How will the challenger respond?
Two, one! Come on! Yes! Yes! Made it just in time! Burn, baby, burn! Alright, and then do the hustle. 1. Here we go, here we go. 1. Oh! Someone failed it.
Come on, show me your moves!
Alright, so now we have to be very mindful of... Alright, here we go, here we go. Alright, 4 snap. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, and he spins and there we go. So, good time. Okay. So we gotta pay attention to the dancers in the back. So
Turn up the heat. Try to keep up now.
keep it. So see the frogs in the background. All right. So
Fever's taken hold.
to the right,
Can the upstart keep up?
Right.
Dancing green.
left. All right. So we need to go left, left, right, left, 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 right, left, right.
Dance like this.
Oh boy. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Grooviness. So 1, 2. And then
Let's finish with style.
okay, who decided to? We were doing a perfect groove. We didn't need it.
Be moves. The crowd's
Why?
loving it.
I did not do a
Back to it, dancers.
Oh boy, now comes the fun bit where
Show us some electrifying moves.
yeah, because that limit breaker like threw me the fuck out. Why did the
The challenger's down. Is this the end?
I'm doing exactly what my job is. I don't know what these DPSs are doing. I don't remember Disco Inferno. Seriously?
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn.
Okay, so there we go. Oh shit. We need to get out of here as soon as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that's the 2 snap.
They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing.
Come on. There we go. Oh boy. The healers have it. The healers have a tough job. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then turn around. All right, who is? I need to get whoever is. All right, so Monkey is the last one to get the.
Dancers, take it away.
All right, we need to keep the ensemble.
Yeah, baby. I feel the fever coming on again.
The knight's reached a fever.
All right, so left, right, right. No, left, right, left, left.
Dance like there's no tomorrow.
Oh my god, that was a shit.
Let's finish with style.
We got a perfect groove. We just lucked out. Thank goodness. Yes.
You're burning up the dance floor, baby. Come on, show me your moves. We're just getting
Oh my god, I almost like hit into the fucking 3, 4. And then hit you with that. And then celebration of the good times. Okay, we're almost to the LB. Disco Inferno. Oh, okay.
Bask in the spotlight and burn!
Yep, nice. Hopefully we get this.
What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
Okay, we have one less healer, which is not good.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
Come on, come on. Let me. Well,
Some electrifying moves!
almost there. Come on. Do not fail me now. Yeah, I fucked up on that one, but, like, I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Come on. There we go. Did it. I don't need any of this stuff. I'm already at the cruiserweight. There we go. And I can go through my cutscene again. Yep, so they disbanded the party. Hopefully I didn't grab... Nope, I didn't grab anything. That's good. And... I thought it was the light heavy. I didn't go through light heavy. I went through something else. No, wait, cruiserweight. Oh, no, yeah, cruiserweight's the second round, not... Darn, okay. Alrighty. Plus, I need to find a way to get rid of all this. I need to use some of this stuff and, like, see if it makes some cool armor when I get done. Because, yeah, the Gordian shaft, crank, spring, and plates, like, I can definitely turn them into something cool. Hi there. Thank you for sticking around, Night Sky. I greatly appreciate it. We bleppin'? Bleppin'. Bleppin' and reppin' and breppin'. Grant! Grant! I made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudin, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Ah, yes, of course! My apologies, Grant. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from Pandemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the faculty from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mystic beasts and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions, Themis and Erichthoni. How the fuck do I say that name? TTS Spot, how do I say that name?
Erichthonios.
Erichthonios, thank you. Was sufficient to restore order to the circle of Asphodelos, but the far greater threat remains. In the depths of Pandemonium, a presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for its forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin.
Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us, or will Grant grace us with his protection?
I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusand, namely to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where this all began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check it on occasion, in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations.
You can't mean... Do you intend to search for the crystal on your own?
Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take care of the laboratory in my absence. We going places, chat. We're unlocking new circles.
I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else.
Indeed, and he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor have been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own.
Surely after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are.
The search for this crystal seems to be a simple enough matter.
Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Grant, it may be best to return to Pandemonium as Professor Claudian suggested.
Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles, and if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results.
Oh, brilliant! Delving into those records may shed light on creatures Grant has yet to encounter. If your theory proves correct, that is.
While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can.
Oh my gosh, they do such a...
Alrighty. Alright, so I need to speak to the archivist in the Unsundered World, which can be done back at Poikin Okos. Jesus Christ, I'm spending a lot of gold to get from one place to another. Ugh. Holy shit, there's so many quests here. What the hell? I don't remember there being this many. Like, why? I wonder, is Velk online yet? Yeah, Velk's awake. He's away from keyboard, but he could be doing some fun pandemonium. Themis! Ah, I did not expect to meet you here of all places. Peripetedia Archivist. You seek records of Pandemonium's creations? Master Themis has just finished pursuing the very same. I should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a bit. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Episios. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erethithios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master Interment, though he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it'd be best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter, more idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the Aeneas to Pandemonium. Gonna send Iraq. I know he's away from keyboard, but he might be interested in some Pandemonium. He could be interested. He could be very interested. Hi there, Masonic. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, this is my Nimbus cloud. Look at this. Once I get a Once I get like a cool looking monk attire, I am most certainly gonna be riding around with this as my monk when going to old places and doing DPSing shit. Like, look at me. Look at me just riding around on a little Nimbus cloud. Like, look at this. So yeah, this was apparently the world before it got sundered into like all the different shards and shit like that. Basically gods creating their own little dishes of you know, whatever the fuck they wanted. Their own private Zen gardens. Avoid the tree. Yeah, look at these things. Hey, look, a hippie. Alright. As I have pondered our expedition into Pandemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habreja, whether it be good or ill. Hesperos and Erichtithonios were two sides of the same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion. while the latter looks to his father with bold hatred. Excuse me. Dun, dun, dun. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, yet we are all equal in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, it's more or less accepted as the way of things. Naturally, I feel gratitude. It's more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the family's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Elpis. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first, I thought it'd be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this, albeit limited, information, I cannot help but feel that Academia Ender would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found here? These are fitting questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction could not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of the creations kept within Pandemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet, as the years passed, interests changed. Failures in creation deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change, and in fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the Chief Key Ward, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? Jesus! You can't just ask that to, like, a fucking devotee member. I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords are also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the key wards stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Well, that's a fucking lie. Because according to, like, you know, the little passage that I'm having. Hello there, Goddess Lime Yokai Cat. Hello, Goddess. I see your Ultraman titties are out. What? No, they're right here. They're kept contained in this 99 alert shirt. I know I'm playing through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and Tantalizing Stormblood and favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime, but they're right. Hey, no, Artemis, my shirt. Why'd you do that? Why'd you take my shirt after I was just done explaining about the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV? Maybe they're contained, but they look like they're going to explode. Now the titties are out. What am I supposed to do? Excuse me. Just Yeah. So yeah. Excuse me. How are you, goddess? You doing good? I am currently going through pandemonium. Although I admit as of late their communication has been I already read this. I heard titties out. They weren't. They needed to be fixed. Really? And are you certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well? A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. That is a lot of words. Also, is Velk like... Oh, hang on. You don't... Right now, I'm going through the Pandemonium stuff right now. So yeah. So yeah, because... Oh, actually, also, let me top up my Chocobo. There we go. Just so then that way my Chocobo is still outside, continuing to heal me and what have you. Ooh. I'm trying to... Yeah, no, this would be Endwalker area, so... And I've gone in completely the wrong direction. Look at this little guy. Little egg! This guy was for Easter. My what is out? I was just going in the my Chocobo. Hang on. Where are the... Ah, okay, so this is where the gates of Pandemonium are. Look at this little egg. Oh, cool! Multiple eggs. Nice. Cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand. We would be remiss to leave Erich Thethonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. Why is he so scary? He's not scary. He's a gentle giant. He's totally fine. He's just a silly gentle giant. So yeah, this is more of the Pandemonium raid series. So we're gonna be dealing with like some spooky monsters. Not quite. I've traced those sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain that spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? Oh, shit. Okay, that's scary.
There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth?
I know this creature. A familiar of the Phoenix. The Psionics. But that creature, that monster is locked away.
That it is. In spite of the trouble I went to in Frigate, I might add. Begrudged me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form, if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you.
Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown.
No, there is no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father.
And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose student struggles to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperos. That can only mean one thing. That still you insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea.
At last, you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind, nevertheless.
So wait, is La Habrea the person that's been doing all this, like, you know, pandemonium nonsense?
As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act, and though fate deigns offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment.
There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations?
You shall. Take pride in that, and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled.
What wish?
Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, all this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know.
What are you?
Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you.
Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I am no longer a child, and my faith lies with those who have earned it.
So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with.
Can you tell me the whole series on the top of your head? What, the whole series of, like, Pandemonium, or the whole series as in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and tantalizing Stormblood expansion and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime? Excuse me. That's impressive. Thank you. I remember these things. Ow! Why would you do that, Masonic? How dare you? I'm cool. Sorry, I just need to double check something on the side. One moment, please. I might also check in with someone. Let me see if I can... You want to do some Pandemonium raid? Just tell me what's going on right now. Okay, so in the events of Endwalker, after the events of Endwalker, sorry, there is a secret prison for all of the failed, like, monsters that are too dangerous to be kept alive but must be retained for research purposes to avoid creating them again and all that kind of nonsense. And they're locked away in this pseudo-hell called Pandemonium. Now, for whatever reason, La Habrea, or the Children of La Habrea, whatever the fuck the little organization is called, they seem to have control, or they seem to observe over Pandemonium, even though it's hiding under an area that is not controlled by the Children of La Habrea, or the Students of La Habrea, or whatever they're called. And so it seems that there is someone that they have a care to like take over this facility and control the monsters in here. But I could not tell you why they're trying to control them. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar creation and keyword alike. Masks of the Father. Erychinethonios is certain he knows the identity of Pandemonium's assailant. You played the Final Fantasy Online, I just don't understand what the fuck is even happening. It will take a few passes, and first and foremost, take your time. This is not something that will... Who has been like pausing or like delaying the advertisements in the background? I have like no more advertisement pauses in the background. This makes like no sense. Your advertisement is about to... Has someone been snoozing without telling me? I can probably check the moderator. Like, actually, is that a thing in the moderator chat? Like, can I see if I'm doing like moderation of my own channel? Can I see who's been snoozing my what's-a-mahoozies? I wonder. So sounds was giving a shout out. Blue was giving a shout out. No, it doesn't mention. Cause like, the reason what, like, I have the advertisements going like fairly constant, I will be real with you. I have them going off like every 30 minutes rather than every hour. But the reason why I do it every 30 minutes is so then that way, like, I'm able to have the advertisements be a shorter period of time in order to, you know, keep ad-free viewing and such. Because it's one thing to deal with like 30 seconds of advertisement, like, you know, when you first join into a thing. It's another if you get in here after like, you know, any time within an hour or something like that, and you get hit with 3 minutes of advertisement. I feel like 3 minutes of advertisement, no matter what amount of time you've been sitting in here, is not an okay amount of time. Whether you've been in here for 59 minutes or 5 minutes, 3 minutes of advertisement is too long. But I feel like a minute and a half, that's a lot better. It's annoying you still have to go through advertisements, don't get me wrong, but if you are subscribed or, to either myself on the channel or via Twitch Turbo, then you don't have to deal with advertisements. And fun fact, if you're on Twitch Turbo and supporting me via like a subscription, then not only do I get the funds from your subscription subscribing to me, but because of the fact you have Twitch Turbo, any advertisement that would be going off and it recognizes you as a Twitch Turbo user, a portion of Twitch Turbo goes into my accounts as well. So it's all, pretty neat stuff. All right. And so there can be only one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are a few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentations on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work within the Convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny. Even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics, it may serve as a veil. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? That depends, because I'm pretty sure we're talking about a La Habrea from the past, not the La Habrea that we have been seeing all this time that has been manipulating in the background and, trying to start calamities. La Habrea is capable of far more than you know. Yep, let's do some ominous, fucking word play here. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, if it brings his goals closer to reach? Yep, that's exactly what I would say. That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be the one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe that there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are even unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise choice. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was disconcerting to withhold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whoever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of the thingamadiggies. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssus, one careful step at a time. Are you in Japan or Australia? Because it's like 2:30 p.m. in the middle of the night. Right now, for me, I'm in Australia, so it is 7:25 p.m. I shall stay by Richarthinios' side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? You can count on me. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scale somewhat. Trust you shall be liberal with your weight. You're in the US and you only got caught. You don't go. Wait, hang on. Don't go only catch your screams in the middle of the night. Ah, okay. All good, all good. I know I stream at a bit of a weirdy time for a lot of the American viewers and what have you, and then this is like an okay time for the Europeans where it's like the middle of the day for them. Alrighty. We now have we need to enter into Abyssos, the 5th circle. Actually, is there a character I can use to go through the 5th circle? Level 90. No, there isn't. So I only have my tanks to do. You only see screamers where I'm at go live in the middle of the night for me. It's probably just the fact that it is like, you know, this would be the perfect hour for like Japan and what have you, so it's like the middle of the day for them and everything. You've been missing so many of your screams. Oh, streams. You're probably writing streams, not screams. My bad. The Unsung Ring of Asphodelos. A ring can be traded for special accessory. And then Alexandrian's Manifesto. Rathalos Scale. Rathalos Scale Plus. Excuse me. Nose. Knowing my luck, there isn't going to be that many people trying to do... Yeah, this shit just looks fucking tight. Also, it's like the middle. It's the weekday. It's like in the middle. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is right up his alley. Look at that. He will do trials, he'll do dungeons, and ultimate raids, and PvP, and... I don't want to do PvP. I would absolutely hate doing PvP. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, let's have a look at the party finder. Hi there, Velk. To be fair, I've been screaming at myself, which is why I haven't responded. Ah, okay. Fair enough. Thank you for playing. Every time I play it or see a video, I say no because there's just so much random shit going on. Random bullshit go. You're probably gonna see some random bullshit go in this stream. Ooh, hello, first time bonus. I want the triple triad card, unrestricted part. Oh. So this guy's doing looting nonsense. These are all locked. Neat. I'm not confident enough where there's like, you know, enough people to do the if my brain will actually, you know, do the thing. Brain? What am I trying to... Okay, what the hell? Hang on. Why does this corner of my mouth feel sore? That makes no sense. Odd. Huh. Strange. Okay. You're off to bed. You have a good night. Not to worry, Night Sky. Thank you so much for being here for as long as you could. I greatly appreciate it. Minimum 700 on the... Might as well extract these things. Oh, average wait 19 minutes? Yeah, nah, fuck that nonsense. I'm gonna open up a party finder and just put a note of like first time bonus and you know, just the fact that there'll be an opportunity to... I'm gonna be like trying to go through all of these. I keep like it probably would be a better idea like picking up like a one of my alt classes, getting further and further up this thing. So then that way, because like these probably could be cool like leveling and learning opportunities, quite frankly, rather than, you know, playing it with my level 100 tank. But the fact of the matter is that I love playing as the tank. It's fun. All right, I'm gonna withdraw party finder. Recruit members for a normal. It is going to be a series of raids starting from Asphodelos, duty completion, first time bonus, looking to finish, I can't spell the pandemonium with like the crazy thingy-majiggy. Looking to finish the looking to finish pandemonium quest line. Yeah, newcomers welcome. Recruit. All right, there we go. Hopefully that yep, there's mine. So this person's looking to do loot. I'm looking to just, you know, get shit done. Dun. Pan, then tab might work. Oh, okay. Yeah, so hang on. So if I do panned. Oh, look at that. Pandemonium. You want to join in, Velk? Could be fun. I'm pretty sure, like, isn't the armor that you wear, glamored and such like that, comes from this series or something? Because, like, I'm not a huge fan of, like, the way, like, this armor looks, like, the heavyweight stuff. Like, hang on. So, try on. No. Remove outfit? No. Is there a way for me to... Because I want to... Jacket of... I want to get rid of, like, the weird, Never mind. Hey, look, there he is. I might have time before I raid, and no, it's not. Okay. I thought it, like... Because, like, I'm looking at, like, an image or something like that, and it looks like... There's like a cool like halo effect or something like that, and I remember you had like a piece of armor that had like a fiery halo effect. Tanks are always been my favorite. Tanks are always been. Curious offending. Yeah, like this thing. I swear I've seen you wearing this fucker. Looks cool. Look at that. It's got a fucking ring on it. So yeah, because I got several circles. I don't own it, so not me. So yeah, because like there's the Purgatory exchange unsung tokens from Episodes to What's-Mahuzi and Labyrinthos are over into the What's-Mahuzi. So yeah, because like the fending gives you the red, the maiming gives you the purple, and then there's like the shoulder ones with striking, and then there's like a weird crown one with scouting. I'm just looking at like some of the ones. Purgatory casting is kind of cool's headgear. I like the purple. And they've recently... The axe from Savage might interest you, though. The axe from Savage? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Oh, okay, so that's for the Dark Knight. That's kind of cool. And then... Yeah, you know what? Because, like, you know, you've seen, like, the one I'm using right now is all the way back from A Realm Reborn. Like, This one here is from... What's the glamour I'm using? Yeah, Baruvia's Nexus Nexus. I'm using that one all the way back then, but this honestly would probably be a really cool one to use. It was like, it's like the same sort of effect, and I wonder, hang on a second. Enable die preview. So if I show equipped gear, unequipped. So if I do... There's only one die, and it doesn't look like... Ah, okay, so it only changes the handle. It doesn't change the, it doesn't change the flame. It would have been cool if you could change the flame, I suppose, but I guess that's asking, like, that would be really crazy. Ahoy, Zephyria! Here we go. Now your thoughts on bears? What? Like the danger of bears? Like, or Paddington Bear? Like, all right, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The axe from, so the axe from Savage, like, it's kind of cool. Like, how would I, hang on a second. So Pandemonium, armor, accessories, there's the ultralight tombstone, which is from the unsung blade of Asphodelos, which would give you lunar. Okay, so Asphodelos 6 circle savage would give that, which is exchanged for, oh, it's not, was being reduced to 4 in patch 6.3. Was retired or removed, and it was removed in patch 7. Was removed and shared. The purchase with it are now brought directly with Allegian Tomestones of Poetics. Okay, hang on. So you're looking at Asphodelos' War Axe. Great Sword, Gunblade. Where is... boom, cane, rapier, book staff, throwing firearm, bow, dagger, katana, fist. War Scythe? Is that what I want? No, here it is. So this thing is another stronger augmented, can be purchased with, okay, so that's not what I want. Noble City Marauder arm. How? So the ultralight, okay, so hang on a second. So the loot you get from the Savage in the 6th circle. No, stop giving me. All right, so the Savage is Epistles, head, hand, foot gear. And then an Abyssos Mythos 2. That gives you the... okay, so that can give you, like, so you need 4 of them for any of the different pieces. And then, where is... Pandemonium, so 2, 3. So what's book 3 for? Book 3 is for the tights. So that means book 4, which is at the 8th circle, would give you the... okay. So you need like 8 of them. And you go to like Old Charlian or something. Okay, cool. You know which one. You're talking about the bear subtype. I kind of want to tick off this and the AR for... EW before I start proper. Ooh, that's cool. The AR. Oh, Alliance rate. The myth of... would have been good to have you. All right, hang on a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, we just need one more. Then it's VAing the lines for the quest to get the next series of raids for Pandemonium. For sure. View adventure plate. Unable to as it's not being created. Okay. I need to remember this person here. So yeah, so there it's Zephinia G. View Searchant. So yeah, so they are a resident of Ravana. There we go. Awesome. The night is young. I reckon we can do it. Let's see how we go. We do a ready check. Dun, 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 dun. Ideally, we should all be rearing to go. Come on, Ash. So we got our 2 healers. We got our 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's go. Ah. All right. Oh shit, just gets instantly teleported. Fuck. Alright, so this is the first one. You ready to fight on unmatchable horrors beyond your comprehension? Ooh. Wait, are you in this with me? Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Alright. Ding. And then bam. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, now comes the searing ray. Okay, so I'm guessing behind. And then he's doing a ruby glow. Oh shit. Oh, did I get... I got triple buffed there. Someone put a fucking bulwark on me and I... What the shit is this? Not only did I put my own, like, fucking bloodwetting on. Oh, shit. Yeah, I know what I'm doing. I swear I know what I'm doing. Alright, Searing Ray, we gotta get behind it. Okay, so he evolves. Oh, shit. Yeah, he vomited all over the court. That's not fair. Dun, 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 dun. He's trying to get out. That's not good. Oh no. Alright, so he ate like a sludge monster? Hi there, Sashera. The rabid carbuncle. Is that what this is? A rabid carbuncle? Alright, so there's the... And then we got topaz stones. Okay, I'm good here, it seems. Just doing my 2-minute burst right now. And then he's doing his... I am not fucking... What the... Oh, shit! Velk! Ah! Yes! It's the original... Wait, this is the original carbuncle? This fucker? This fucking gremlin? Oh, shit. Shit, 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 shit. And then he's gonna chomp? What? What the? Yeah! We completely skipped it. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, 5 out of 8 done. We're 5/8 done so far. I realize with the ruby and topaz, that makes total sense. I am... Actually, I don't need any of these, because I can just grab those, like, in my off time. Because also, the The savage stuff is the stuff that I want to get, not this stuff. So, I really need a static. I really need, like, you know, 7 friends to be like, hey, you know, like Friday night or Saturday night, it's raiding time. Who wants a glamour set? Who wants to treasure hunt or something like that? So this is where research is conducted in creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Erichthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible, even alone you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, but I might observe you further. Oh, that's La Habrea. Jesus, you're old. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. This is La Habrea. I was not expecting him to be wrinkly and old. I thought we were in a land of, like, you know, perfection and what have you. I'm all too familiar, Paragon. A charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to aether, but you seem unaffected. Such thin aether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down, and Erichthonios' wishes shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother! You would dare hide her behind your lies? Listen well, Erichthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erg. Erichthonios, wait! There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denegation. Damn. It's a very simple trap. You sully his station with this farce. So wait, this isn't La Habrea? Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly see eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Jesus Christ. Just throws a fucking fireball and it's just like, Fiera, What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? Are you shitting me? Imposter? You have no right to claim that form, that mask. What the... What? Who? He looks almost like... What? Oh, that's La Habrea. 'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea? A man who values his position above all. Who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty? Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Who the Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Oh my god. Hephaestus. Erichthonius, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Oh my god, some of these names are crazy. It is I whom you shall call Father. Yeah, they look very much the same. Okay, so that's okay. Behind us is legitimately La Habrea. Then, what in the name of creation? They're Greek, yeah. Some of this naming is. We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. That sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the convocation and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. I know a thing or two about deception myself. That is reassuring to hear. The burdens we bear are heavy enough without adding a grudge to their weight. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Please. Help him. Save him. Like, I was like, yeah, sorry, I was hiding my station from you, and meanwhile I was just like, bro, we kind of knew. Because, like... I was not expecting La Habrea to look this fucking old and wrinkly. Meanwhile, fucking Elidibus... Like, I don't remember seeing Elidibus like this, though. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided a best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azim nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you come with his highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. Wait, Azim? Our Azim? Hang on. Sash or Velg, you're gonna need to help me with this one. Like, have I been given explanation as to like, because I thought I was like a fragment of Azim. Like, wasn't that a thing that like Azim was like one of the convocation of the 14th, and you know they made Zodiark and shit, but Azim wasn't all for that. And so, like, the previous seat of Azim, who became Hydaelyn, like... Azim was also the lady that came before you, Venat. So are they talking about Venat, or are they talking about the newest Azim? Because it sounded like they were talking about the newest Azim, not Venat. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so familiar to himself was out there amused Azim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Venat, who held the position of Azim previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She, too, now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. Holy shit. Ding. Alright, next one. They're talking about you as in you as, basically, you recognize yourself and thought it would be hilarious to send your future self a message for help. Ah, okay. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea, and why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you're only just now found out such a thing was wreaking havoc in Pandemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. So a little tidbit that kind of hard to take note of. The disjointedness of the story through Shadowbringers, but when we finish the fight with Elidibus, we see his soul as it would have been in ancient times, and he's the same size as us, which makes him quite young at the time of the Sundering. Hence the age difference you see here. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus, Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. And despite envy, greed, and desire, all the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seemed time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and desire he endures has warped his views of the world irreparably. And now that he has awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster onto our star. As Chief Key Ward of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. Jesus Christ. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence poses even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Erichthonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azim and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. 'Twas the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. The Chief Key Ward must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No. You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we have endured, the foes that Grant has stood against. Grant, is it? A being of such aether as I have never seen. What are you? He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Grant. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by judgment. What was that you said about being an emissary? That's brilliant! Elidibus, the emissary, may speak on our behalf. Should he judge our approach the more sound, even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Hephaestus. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seeing what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust that you'll find the best way forward. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Absissos, entering any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Grant's might and Erichthonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Grant, come find me when you're finished. Erythrothonos is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray, lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. Dun 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 dun! Alright, who am I? Come on. A few? A few. We're playing a JRPG of the critically acclaimed MMORPG, Final Fantasy XIV, and you're telling me that in this like realm of like, you know, gods and people that can just create life that are, you know, just filled with people with, you know, unresolved emotional baggage and shit like that might have daddy issues? One of them went and, you know, created children just to send them out into a depressing world and ask them, hey, what's the meaning of life to dead and dying planets? You do have my gratitude. Ill fit as I am to show it at the moment, without your words to sway him, La Habrea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply by carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold, secrets that would be buried if Pandemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While La Habrea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not La Habrea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he condemned others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. I need to quickly plug in my phone. Hang on a second. It's running out of battery life, and I need to put it on charger. I don't normally like putting it on charge for like forever and such, because otherwise then because like I've noticed the battery can like inflate even if I'm trying to keep it like at a low thingy. But if I don't do that, it's gonna cause problems. What do you think, Grant? Does the La Habrea you know have any regard for the life of others, or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends. I'm gonna absolutely spill the tea. What would possess him to do that? Even for La Habrea, such an act would be a black mark against him if it were made known. I can't imagine how much your ally suffered. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Grant. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to La Habrea that we are capable of saving Pandemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that will be to regain control of Abyssos. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Grant, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Alrighty then, sprinting, because we've now like run away, to like, you know, check in on his son, and now we run back to be like, yo, sup fucker, sup La Habrea, you old wind. Erichthonios appears to have a deep trust in you, and Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azum. Your unusual aether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I have seen, even among the countless concepts I have observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azum never ceases to surprise. The previous Azum was such the same. In taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter, the true danger of Azum's nature is its tenacity to infect all those he comes into contact with. Emmett Selt said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you are so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however. Only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it? Although I can no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keyword reaches far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they have been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they have been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He has left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon, keyword of the Abyssos, although her presence is stained with marks of corruption. It is unmistakable. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's always been twisted into a hemethos, doubtlessly against her will. Grant, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate, and if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Your allies make you bold, Richard Thonius. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. This man hates him. Yay! Sixth Circle is now available. Alrighty. Party finder, recruit members for the Sixth Circle. Ah, Velk must have gone off to do his raid. Sash! Sash! You want to join us in the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn, and the award-winning Heavensward, and the tantalizing Stormblood, and player-favorited Shadowbringers expansion up to level 80 with no restrictions on playtime? Apologies, you have plans this evening. All good, Sashera. Dun, You definitely need a voice acting gig in Final Fantasy every time you say the game's name like that. Would be cool. Just need to start, like, collecting, like, you know, different VAing opportunities from, like, indies and, like, you know, first-time nonsense and try and get my skills and my, pedigree up, I suppose. The question is, like, what sort of genre would my VAing go into? Hang on a second. Toby. Yeah, nailed it. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. All right, so we're currently up to 6. There we go. Well, while I'm waiting, where's my collection? The unending. All right, I believe we were last at GrantZeebs. A relatively recent addition to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, GrantZeebs hails from Corvos in southern Isambard, where the Elysian Empire once flourished during the Third Astral Era. Although the Mikote were once forced to toil in obscurity for the glory of Alag, GrantZeebs' tribe, ever proud, devoted themselves to the study and preservation of arcane secrets. Thousands of years later, when Corvos was conquered by the Garleans and brought under the jurisdiction of the illustrious House Darnus, a young Graha, heir to the vast stores of Elysian knowledge and the last child born with the Allegan Eye, was given into custody of the students of Baldessian. After acquiring Sharlayan citizenship and freedom from more mundane duties, Graha concentrated on his education, earning his Archon's mark for his groundbreaking research into ancient arcane wisdom. Owing to these qualifications, GrantZeebs was tasked with the vital duty of investigating the Crystal Tower, the most fascinating and forbidding of the surviving relics of the Allegan Empire. It was during this expedition that he met with Rambros of the Sons of St. Conach, Sid Garland of the Ironworks, and the Warrior of Light, an occasion which led to the formation of the fellowship known as Noah. With his newfound companions, he laid bare the secrets of ancient Alag and learned from the awakened clones Une and Doga that the eye he inherited was, in truth, the Royal Eye, the unmistakable mark of the Allegan Imperial family. With it, he could control the Crystal Tower itself, per the wishes of Selena, the final princess of Alag, who had chosen to pass down this gift and place her trust into future generations. Judging that mankind was not yet ready for the secrets of the Crystal Tower, GrantZeebs sealed himself within it, in the hope that he might awaken in an age when his fellow man had set aside their differences, when they might truly comprehend and wield the Allegan technology for the benefit of all. Alas, when Graha woke from his slumber 200 years later, the world had been ravaged by a tragedy and death, for the 8th umbral calamity had come to pass. Biggs, third of his name and 18th chairman of Garland Ironworks, had cracked the tower's wards, seeking to harness the power within to develop a means of time travel that might forge a future in which the calamity had never occurred. Graha agreed to lend him this aid, so it was that he and the Crystal Tower were transported into the past, not of their world, the source, but of a reflection known as the First, where fate would once again see him reunited with the Warrior of Light. The First, for its part, suffered a calamity no less daunting than that of the Source. A flood of light had nearly extinguished all life, and what little remained was beset by horrors born of the phenomenon known as Sin Eaters. Unaged due to his symbiosis with the Crystal Tower, an ever-youthful GrantZeebs took the initiative in building the Crystarium, a city and bulwark of hope where he and his growing community would stand against these foes. For 100 years, the Crystal Exarch, as GrantZeebs had come to be known, laid the groundwork for the coming battle, for he had always known that he could not triumph without the Warrior of Light, and when the time came, he summoned the champion and their allies, albeit accidentally, from the source, assembling a formidable alliance to take up arms against the Light Wardens and reclaim the long-absent night sky. The final steps in Grahatia's plan would have seen him render up his own life for the preservation of the First and the Source. Blessedly, this sacrifice did not come to pass. Ultimately, the Warrior of Light and their brave companions succeeded in laying low the Asians Emix and Elidibus, ending the threat of an 8th umbral calamity and giving the first hope for a brighter tomorrow. When the Scions at last returned to their own world, they did not do so alone. Grahatia had conceived a method in which his memories and essence in the First would be merged with his past self, still sleeping within the crystal tower of the Source. The awoken Grahatia eagerly joined the ranks of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and proceeded to employ his ample knowledge of all things Allegan, as well as the leadership skills he honed as the Crystal Exarch, to provide invaluable guidance and support to his companions. In particular, his decisive actions in Thavniar during the final days ensured the survival of countless innocents. After the de facto disbanding of the Scions, Grahatia joined Kryl in helping to rebuild the Studians of Baldessian. However, he has not yet shaken his wanderlust and will not hesitate to seize an opportunity to embark upon a new journey with the Warrior of Light. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kryl Baldessian, Scion of the Seventh Dawn, Pictomancer. Orphaned as a child and taken in by Galuf Balderson, founder of the founder of the eponymous Students of Baldessian, Kryl was blessed with the power of the Echo. Although in her early years it seemed to her more of a curse, uncommonly sensitive to the feelings of others, unwelcome thoughts flooded her mind, leading her to develop a guarded personality that many found off-putting. Seeing this, Galuf gave her a cat-eared hood, assuring her that her gift was not something to be bemoaned and that it would one day prove a tremendous strength. Moved by her grandfather's words, Kryl vowed to devote herself to her studies, that she might use her power to serve the greater good. Displaying a remarkable aptitude in the mystic arts, Kryl attended the Studium in Charlian, joining the faculty of the Arcane and becoming highly skilled in healing and curing magics. It was at this time that she made the acquaintance of Alphino and Alizé Levileur, with whom she maintained a close friendship to this day. After graduation, she joined her grandfather's research organization and eventually coming to Eorzea to support the Scions of the Seventh Dawn as they rebuild their operation following the Blood Banquet in Ul'dah. She lent her impressive knowledge of the arcane to the search for the missing Minfilia. Kryl chose to remain in Eorzea for the foreseeable future, both out of desire to support her friends and for lack of a home to which she might return. Prior to her arrival, the Isles of Val was obliterated by a devastating spell akin to Ultima. While she herself was on the Isle at the time, she was saved by the Blessing of Light, and she naturally fell in with the Scions. She soon became a fully fledged member, and thenceforth used her command of the Echo to serve her comrades on many an occasion. Kryl suffered a particularly harrowing experience when she was captured as a prisoner of war by the Garleans during the campaign to liberate Alamigo. Her Echo made her a target as the Magitech engineer Alice Malasina sought to study the phenomenon and create an artificial variant. He succeeded in this endeavor, transforming Fordola Rem Lupus and Xenos Ye Galvis into beings he dubbed the Resonant. Kryl was later rescued by the Scions, and after recovering from the ordeal, resolved to repay the favor. Indeed, when her companions were forcibly summoned to the First and left in a comatose state, Kryl took the lead in nursing the Scions back to health. With the appearance of the Telophoroi and the looming threat of the final days, Kryle returned to Sharlayan in hopes of gauging the true intentions of their governing body, the Forum, which to that point had stubbornly refused to approve any aid to Eorzea. Subsequently, she would use her influence as representative of the students of Baldessian to arrange for her friends to visit Old Sharlayan. Now that the final days has been averted and the Scions ostensibly disbanded, Kryle has devoted herself to the restoration of the students, recruiting the precious few survivors she has found, along with her new talent, that together they might carry on her late grandfather's legacy and preserve their knowledge for future generations. Party Finder has an all slot. You could fix it to be a healer slot. Party Finder, recruitment criteria, edit, healer. Apply changes. Ding, dong, bam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright. So yeah, that was Kryle's. Hello, Y'shtola. Display Y'shtola rules. Scion of the 7th Dawn, sorceress. Logging in. You on AU? Yep, I'm over in Materia Ravana tonight. Displaying prodigious aptitude for magic from a young age, Y'shtola, at the behest of the Sharlayan Forum, was sent to Master Matoya for tutelage at the tender age of 7. Resentful of having to mind a child instead of pursuing her own research, the revered Archon was a stern taskmaster, imposing upon her new student one harsh trial after the next. Y'shtola, for her part, did not shirk from these formidable tasks, eventually winning the approval of her mentor, who doubtlessly saw in the stubborn Mikote girl shades of her own self as a child. After 10 years of training, Y'shtola emerged from Matoya's cave a woman grown, possessed of vast knowledge and skills in the arcane that easily earned her the title of Archon. Striking out on her own, Y'shtola joined the Circle of Knowing, led by her mentor's colleague and friend, Louis Sois Levelure, sailing to Eorzea. She assisted her friends in their efforts to Limsa Lominsa in the fateful days leading up to the 7th Umbral Calamity. During that time, she won the trust of Admiral Merrill Blofwin.
Blofiswin.
Blofiswin, to whom she lent invaluable assistance in rebuilding the Eorzean alliance, which had theretofore devolved into a shell of its former glory. After Louis Sois gave his life on the fields of Carteneau, Y'shtola became one of the founding members of the Scions of the 7th Dawn, formed by a merger of her own Circle of Knowing with a like-minded organization, the Path of the 12. Together with her companions, she worked tirelessly to quell the threat of the Primals and defend Eorzea from the invasion of the Garlemald's 14th Imperial Legion. When the Scions were caught up in the political coup in Ul'dah, it was Y'shtola's command of forbidden and ancient teleportation magics that allowed her and Thancred to escape the clutches of the villainous Crystal Braves. Left to wander the life stream as a result of this, she was on the verge of being lost forever to the etheric currents when she was rescued and called back to the world through the efforts of Kanasena and the Warrior of Light. Y'shtola awoke from her coma to find she had lost the physical ability of sight, gaining in her stead the power to see aether in the environment around her. This gift is a double-edged sword, however, for while it allows her to remain a formidable presence in battle, the strain it places on her mind and energies is often great. Having recovered her strength, Y'shtola joined her fellow Scions in their exploits across Eorzea, traveling to Azaz's Law to depose the mad Archbishop Thoradin VII and bring the Dragonsong War to an end, then playing a key role in the liberation of Alamigo. Alright, I'm gonna do a ready check. Thank you for joining Oran. Y'shtola once again suffered a harrowing experience when her soul was accidentally forcibly summoned to the First by the Crystal Exarch. Assuming the alias Materia in honor of her mentor and concealing her true identity, she befriended the Knights Blessed, a group of dark worshippers who made their home in the depths of the Raktika Great Wood. It was around this time that Y'shtola came to make extensive use of destructive magics to complement the healing and curing arts at which she had always excelled. After the Scion succeeded in restoring the darkness to the light-blighted First, they returned home to the Source, where Y'shtola would again play an invaluable role in averting the dark designs of the Telophoroi. In the end, journeying with her friends to Ultima Thule to deliver their world from the final days. Alright. Sixth circle. Here we go. We'll pick up on more of Y'shtola's codex and such. We are now a full party yet again. Music up? The music is already up. I'm not going to be raising it any further. Oh, it's got some rock music. That's kind of cool. Oh, what the shit? Dun, dun. Okay. Should I stay here? Yeah, cool. Awesome. I barely listened to like what the move was, so I'm probably gonna need to... Oh, okay, I need to move this way. Thankfully, the hand gesture, you know, the hegemon... Oh, god fucking damn it. Ah! Nah, still got hit with vulnerability like an idiot. Yeah, I figured that shit out on my own. Oh shit, why do I have like no health? Holy fuck. Alright, is she gonna do something weird? Oh, okay, so she's doing a, Oh, I'm going too fast. There we go. Hopefully Orin's doing okay with the lag. Alright, I gotta remember this time around to... $12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Oh, I should have gone shake it off. Damn it. Yep, and I just wasted. Yep, okay, here we go. Oh, thank you. No idea what that move. Oh, you. Okay, so we want to be over here then. Yeah, I'm clever. Would you believe me? This is the first time I'm going through this dungeon. Radiant Finale. Wait, Radiant Finale? Why do I have Radiant Finale? Ah, whatever. Oh, okay. So we need to be over here. Yes, over there. Yeah. LAUB. Because, yeah, this should be an... Ah, so close. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, no, we need to be... Oh, thank Christ. Scream, one of the best raid themes to date. Nuh-uh. Everything Burns is a banger, okay? I say Everything Burns is a good banger, okay? I love this so much. So, I always love slime and slime monsters. It's always been your thing. Oh, nice. I'm not too much for the slime. It's just a little icky. I love how there's like, hang on, how many thank yous are there? Okay, there's thank you, I must now take my leave and what have you, so. All right, I don't think there's any reason for me to be in, although, hang on. Nah. Let me be a little shitter to Lilith and just leave that shit to go straight into her fucking. As for lag, you're good. You was on your main, so don't worry. Nice. We've won! The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Heaven's Eye. Fuck it. Dun, dun, dun. Done. Our plan was a success, although I had hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon has been sealed away, and now you have no choice to admit the merit in our methods. Huh. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree.
Moreover, this being, Aether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hemetheos, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. 'Twould be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond Pandemonium. Oh, he's talking about his son? Is he And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. This guy is gonna be he's being a dick. He's being a dick to his son. Come on, La Habrea. Your son just wants to do good by you. Ow. Hi there, Tabitha. I saw your thingamadiggies earlier. I said one of, not the. Okay, one of the best. It's a pretty good one. My personal fave is gonna be Everything Burns, because that one is like, I don't know. It's a good one, and it's like, it's one that I've actually added into my playlist of like favorite songs and what have you. So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a Nephilite can appraise his companions. That's something that Grant and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are bound together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path and to act before that path lies closed to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? To see Hephaestus in chains. That's the Hephaestus to be in chains. That is the surest way to prevent further sacrifice. I'm aware that destroying Pandemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. What do you mean, there we have it? You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in Pandemonium again. Why? Because he wants to know what happened to his mom? He wants to know, like, why the fuck there's an older version of you trying to resurrect her? You are capable, that much is plain. Yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle. That is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena is no exception. She has likely found a new vessel and a new journey to embark on. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus's words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge is imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Erychithonus. I have already explained that he is merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it to see her once more? Now you measure the worth of our colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotions to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We must first discuss... You would call me fool? You, who murdered your wife in service of your ambitions, for the sake of the star, no doubt? Oh. I can hear it again. That voice in my head. I know who to follow. Hephaestus. Father. Mother.
Oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. God damn it, we can't have any normal fucking ascendants, can we? No, listen not, Erychinethus. Apologies, you taught me that a calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. God damn you. Alright. Ding. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erychinethus, it made short work of his reason. And from the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. 'Twas but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into that spell's embrace. A magic woven with such skill that Erychinethus himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus's power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus's magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. And there was something else besides. Did you not feel the presence of another? Yep. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erychinethus, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? Alas, their warning arrived too late. I had already provoked Erychinethus past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my harshness. This is kind of interesting that I've not seen La Habrea being, sad until now. There is time yet to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Just as with Hesperos, Erychinethus is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not be easily lost sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandemonium is called Tartarus, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Grant shall shine. Me, GrantZeebs. His dissolute aether shall allow him to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus had no effect, and doubtless even he has yet to devise a countermeasure. Dun, 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 dun. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. This man just doesn't want to divulge secrets. He wants to keep his shit. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erychinethus. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely... why do you so fiercely rebuke Erythonios' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, your act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friends and drives our foes if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel its still greater pain. So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child. Dun 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 dun. How dare you? No, you're right. The blame for Erythonios' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low. The remaining key ward is Agdistis. She has served in Pandemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the key wards. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He had hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. But your presence marks mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your aether means it will be trivial to send you directly. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight and phantom allies to aid you. As for the internment, I've yet to think of a foolproof method. Interment shall not be necessary. From here, I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it is scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemon. She has been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld would be to her. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Party finder for 7th circle now. Duty completion, beginners welcome. There we go. Alliance Raid for Shadowbringer is the second walk of Sandora. A level 90 dungeon, something from the light heavyweights from 1 to 4, Cloud Deck Extreme, Minstrel Zodiac Full. I haven't yet completed any of the lines. My tomestones are low. My Allegan tomestones are almost full. That's kind of crazy to see. Like, I'm honestly surprised. Like, is this giving me No, it's giving me it's giving me elegance shit. Okay. Alrighty. More readings. Yeah, we were previously reading Y'shtola's. After the Scions succeeded in restoring the darkness to the light-blighted first, they returned home to the Source, where Y'shtola would again play an invaluable role in averting the dark designs of the Telophoroi, in the end journeying with her friends to Ultima Thule to deliver their world from the final days. Having long served the now disbanded Scions with her boundless knowledge and pursuant sorcery, Y'shtola now strives to find an answer to the universe's most fundamental question, seeking the truth of creation to honor the legacy of her mentor, Master Y'shtola. Hydaelyn. The will of the star, 'tis she who has long kept Aetherius turning. Tales of Hydaelyn's call and the singular power it was said to bestow, the Echo, has been recorded throughout history. The nature of this power was not wholly understood, and it was often conflated with another of her gifts, the Blessing of Light, which ensured one's aether would remain uncorrupted by primal tempering. The chosen few also spoke of being summoned to the heart of the star, where, according to their testaments, awaited a pure and towering crystal. It is likely that said testaments gave rise to the appellation Mother Crystal, as well as the usage of Hydaelyn to refer to the star itself. Though the precise point at which these terms became commonplace remains unknown, while many sought further knowledge of her nature, the Sharlayan Forum foremost among them, few ascertained Hydaelyn's true identity, a primal with an ancient Venat at her core. In a time before time, society was governed by the Convocation of 14, upon which Venat held the seat of Azam, an indefatigable and insatiably curious individual. She tired of the academic approach to natural studies and resolved instead to travel the star and seek its truths through first-hand experience, a journey that she has continued even after she abdicated her position. One day, during a visit to Elpis, she chanced to meet with the Warrior of Light, who had come from the future with a warning of calamities to come. Thus did she learn of the final days that would befall Aetherius, and of this tragedy's ultimate cause, Meteion, bearer of the myriad fallen worlds' despair. To prevent the obliteration of all life, Venat embarked upon a quest that would span millennia. Offering up her own flesh and soul, she summoned and became Hydaelyn. She sundered her people, who yearned for a past that could never be restored. The god Zodiark, manifestations of that ill-fated wish, and the star itself, which she loved so dearly, into 14 pieces. The god of darkness was jailed within the sundered world's moons, and their people condemned to a fragile and imperfect existence furthermore. However, she knew that from their imperfection, their suffering, would arise the strength to face deepest despair. So passionate was her love for mankind, so unwavering her faith in its potential, that Hydaelyn would never, in the eons that followed, waver in her belief. Even as shard after shard fell to calamity and were rejoined with the Source, empowering Zodiark as it enervated her in turn, she stayed the course, awaiting the day when man would prove himself worthy, when at last the time came, and the Scions of the Seventh Dawn triumphant over her in a battle that burned through her very soul. She faded away with a smile on her lips and a peace in her heart. Though the Warrior of Light and their comrades would go on to follow the path she had shown them, Hydaelyn was no more. Her love for her children, however, is eternal. The reflections. Though few are aware of their true nature, these words exist in parallel to one in which we live, the source. Though few are aware of their true nature, these worlds exist in parallel to the one in which we live, the Source. In order to weaken and imprison Zodiark, Hydaelyn mustered her strength and sundered the very fabric of reality, causing the world to be split into 14 shards, akin to the identical diluted images. Being reflections, the geographical features of these worlds are naturally similar, akin to observing the original through a looking glass. But over the course of millennia, the peoples of each have lived desperate lives and histories, and some variants have manifested in the environment itself as well. Since the reflections were birthed forth, 7 have been lost, sacrificed in the Ascian's quest to restore the ancient world. Curiously, while the reflections are displaced from each other, the boundaries between them are not uniform. Certain worlds, such as the 1st and the 13th, are more readily accessible from the source, while others are not. One theory posits that the world exists within pockets of reality that are arranged in a pattern not unlike the number of a clock face, and that it is easier to travel to an adjacent reflection. Approximately 6 millennia ago, when the world still languished in the aftermath of the Third Umbral Calamity, there arose a man who led an army of mages on a campaign of conquest. Xande would go on to found the storied Allegan Empire, as well as marry the secrets of magic and wisdom of science to create aetherochemistry. Through advances in this miraculous field, he expanded his dominion to encompass the continent of Aldernard, Isambard, and Othard. However, generations of peace and prosperity gave rise to decadence, and 1,000 years after the nation's birth, progress all but grounded to a halt. The people grew complacent, abandoning learning and drowning themselves in leisure, and society stagnated. None lamented this deplorable state of affairs more than a technologist named Amon. Desiring to restore his nation to its former glory, Amon brought Emperor Xande back from the grave. Under the Founding Fathers' leadership, the Empire was given renewed purpose in world domination. In order to bolster the might of his armies, Xande entered into a pact with the Cloud of Darkness, a sovereign among Void Sent, and granted their kind passage to the world of men in return for their aid in assuring the supremacy of his reign. The Crystal Tower played a key role in all of these events. Built to harness the power of the sun, it provided the sprawling empire with energy during its heyday. When the Empire fell into decline, Amon used that self-same energy to resurrect Xande, and Xande in turn used it to open a gate to the Void. Eventually, the Emperor resolved to welcome the Cloud of Darkness herself into our world, a feat which would require a Void Gate of heretofore unseen proportions. To this end, he commanded that the Icon Bahamut, captured in Marcadia, being encapsulated within a massive iron sphere. The sphere was launched into the heavens and set into motion alongside the moon, where it utilized the worm's affinity to fire-aspected ether to accumulate solar energy in a more concentrated form. Yet, while the tower had been fortified to channel the increased flow, the land upon which it had been built could not withstand the immense force. The Crystal Tower's collapse triggered a series of earthquakes which shook the entire realm, bringing about the 4th Umbral Calamity and consigning the Allegan Empire to oblivion. For 5 millennia, the Crystal Tower lay buried and forgotten, until the violence of the 7th Umbral era coaxed it from its resting place. Awakened from his long slumber, Emperor Zonde once more sought to fulfill his nihilistic ambitions, but he would be thwarted by the stout souls of the Fellowship of Noah and their newfound comrades from the distant past. Urianger. Hang on, there we go. Urianger, an avid reader since he was old enough to hold a tome. Urianger spent his youth engrossed in books of prophecy, Eastern, Western, modern, historical. The young Elizin devoured all manners of sources concerning his favorite subject, though in doing so acquired an erudite vocabulary and poetic mannerisms that alienated his peers. His steadfast studiousness, along with the encouragement of his childhood friend, Moinbrida, did, however, enable him to enter the studium under the auspices of the foremost authority on prophecy, Archon Louis Soir. Indeed, it is thought that Urianger elected to join the Circle of Knowing to learn the truth of Messiah Thousand Eyes Divine Chronicles, a work that hinted at the coming of the seventh umbral calamity. In the moons preceding said calamity, Urianger sought to share his knowledge with the people of Eorzea, but his doomsaying only served to earn him an unflattering reputation. After the prophecies came to pass and his beloved mentor was lost in the fires of Cartano, he and the other remnants of the Circle of Knowing joined with the Path of the 12 to form the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Thenceforth, Urianger became a fixture in the halls of the Waking Sands. Although his profound knowledge of history has ever been a boon to the Scions, Urianger's verbose explanations and dry manner have given rise to interpersonal tensions. Of particular notes are the events following Moonbrida's death during the confrontation with the Asian Nabrialis. When a grieving and guilt-stricken Urianger took it upon himself to treat with Elidibus in secret, in so doing, he learned long-lost secrets, which he used to sabotage the Asian's plot to manipulate the Warriors of Darkness. While he had the best of intentions, the decisions he made without the input of his allies, such as aiding the journey of Minfilia, the word of the Mother to the First, and their consequences would long weigh heavy on his heart. To compound his turmoil, Urianger was pressured into deceiving his allies once more when the Crystal Exarch summoned him into the First. After divulging his true identity as Grahatia, the Exarch implored him to pretend that his own knowledge of future tragedies was a vision Urianger had witnessed when passing between worlds. Believing this fiction was essential to the success of the Exarch's plan to prevent the 8th Umbral Calamity through his personal sacrifice. Urianger reluctantly agreed and retreated to Ilmeg. However, when the truth was finally laid bare, the Warrior of Light, then the Warrior of Darkness, refused to allow the Exarch to trade his life for the star's safety, rendering the deception meaningless. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, let's do a ready check. Ding, and then dong, and then bam. We've got everything we need to get through the 7th circle now. Here we go. Excuse me. And there we are. It's a what the hell? This is a giant fuck off tree. Oh, did I make it? Yes, I did. Excellent. Oh, okay. Hang on. This is easy enough to follow. Oh, Jesus. Shit. Oh, shit. The fuck is that? Ah, okay. Alright, gusts of wind. No, I read that entirely wrong. Oh shit. How the fuck are we... Ah, fuck. Orin, my boy! I am not moving. I just need to not get hit with a vulnerability in like 1 second. There we go. Why is there only... Ah, okay. Why is there like little... Yay! There we go. Did it. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Just opening up the chest and just fucking legging it. It's funny. I like doing it. Oh, there's La Habrea and Elidibus again. The moment Agadistus was slain, the flow of aether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo... I'm guessing that's Athena. No, that's maybe the woman we were talking... Agadistus. If only I could restore Tartarus into order. But I am afraid that is the most I can manage with such powers as remain to me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, Key Ward Agadistus. I should not be surprised you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spell, even diminished as you were. 'Twas not an easy task. Even with your aid, his curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus I am able to appear before you now. Even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' command, some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report! That was you! Doubtlessly you recognize my voice from the many times I have called out to you. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There is something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what am I about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erychithonius. No longer can you hide your heart away. Sorry, there's a little random hair stuck on me. Huh. Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him as La Habrea. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erychithonius? My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erythrothonos believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what it comes to, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would either seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow. Erythrothonos loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Erythrothonos, I hope. Thank you, Agdistus. Excuse me. I always admire you. You know that. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the Nevins? Sorry, to the heavens. Dun, 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 dun. Hephaestus has doubtlessly sensed that his final key ward has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Aegisthus was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. The visions you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of sense of love or pride. 'Twas merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Erythrothonos could handle the weight of such betrayal, after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating hematology. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Erythrothonos to safety, in accordance with Agathis' last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend pandemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to hide. The Black Heart of Tartarus, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus would offer fierce resistance. I must focus on my every effort in securing a safe means of approach. All good. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Grant's Phantom Warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartarus would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There is no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it then that you have no intent to seal him away as before? The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he had become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. On my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat this same mistake twice. I will not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Dun, 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 dun. Abyssos, the 8th circle. Recruiting, duty completion for the 8th circle. I'm trying to remember what Rushing Gorilla was earlier, but... Alright, more reading. Urianger, where were we? I think we were on the last chapter with Urianger. You're rushing, I was a sage. Ah, nice. Okay, hang on a second. Let me update the party finder really quickly then. Let me edit that. So we don't need another... sage. So we're looking for a DPS. Actually, no, one... So you would be the sage. Yeah, so 3 DPSs or something like that. Are you gonna stay as a sage? Also, hi, welcome. Looks like some people are doing some cruiserweight nonsense. And then this one's doing a heavyweight to get a last-minute sword before thingy-madiggy. Gear farm and first-time bonus. Thank you, Lozel, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, I've already gone through all the Dawn Trail stuff. I haven't done like savage or hardcore kind of stuff in Dawn Trail because like I'm just someone that likes pursuing the like the story narrative and all that kind of nonsense. But in my pursuit and trying to get to Dawn Trail and like getting it done when it first released, I forgot to finish up the like all the Endwalker side content before Dawn Trail released. So yeah. Honestly, I'm really appreciated for Kirekher and Lilith. They have been sticking around the... Actually, sorry, it was Zephyr. Alright, I'm gonna have to leave it here. 'Twas nice playing with you, though. Alrighty then. I am going to need to... Where's the thingy-madiggy? There's like a... Contacts. So, there we go. I'm gonna send a friend request to Zephia. Send to the client if you do not receive a response to this. Yep. Unable to add this. God damn it. All right. So I'm going to need to remember. I'm going to need to remember this person. Is there some way to meet, like... Homeworld yeah, I'm all the way up in Goblin, which is kind of... It's kind of funny. It's like, I went all the way down here to play in Ravana, so then that way I don't have to deal with, like, terrible ping and shit like that. But I am, like, I am an Aussie boy. Like, I do live in Australia and such, but I much rather prefer... Okay, so I already got you as a friend. I already got you as a friend. Is there anyone in here that was like, yes, let's play together? I don't think there was. Let's see, does Lilith have an adventure plate? Yeah, they do. That looks fun. I am a doodlehead. Barista at the end of the universe. Nice. Dragonfang clan. Likes fishing, botany, dungeon, trial, raids, and the main scenario. Cool. And then we got Russian Gorilla over here. Happy to answer questions or help out with duties. Greatly appreciated. Then we had Jean Ardevas. Hello. And then we had Callous Hawk from the Perpetual Fury. Valfreya Sigan. Yo, what up? Aaron Godfrey. Poggers. Good for you. Good for the Poggers. Cardamom Spice. The darkest nights produce the brightest stars. Yeah, okay, sure. Unable to ventures in another could not be retrieved. Damn. And then there's Araktorem, looking badass over here, doing a hardcore bullshit. And then we got please Q rank crystalline conflict. Ew. I am not a fan of the crystal. I am not a fan of PvP. Grey Jesper. Visit apart home FC. Goblin W. Gladius Strife. Is Strife just a really common name that humans use? Monkey Metal. Wait, playing Pokemon? That's kind of funny. Black me. All right, cool. Hang on. Let me. All right. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This might be my. It's a reference to Cloud Strife from. Ah, okay. So it's just everyone's a huge fan of the Final Fantasy like character and what have you, and they're just sort of like Strife. That is a unique last name. I love it, and it's perfect for me. I haven't played any of the other Final Fantasies. I have played only Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. I've played Final Fantasy XV off stream years before I did all this streaming stuff with the Himbo Zebra you see before you. And I played like a couple chapters of Final Fantasy XVI, but it's not my cup of tea. And I think it wasn't my cup of tea because I was getting into it during a time when I was sick and tired of everyone's like, you know, direction for fantasy to be like, oh, we need to do like the trope of the fantasy of like, the age of magic is dying and that we have to go with like dark and gritty War of the Roses, alliances, and all this like, you know, crazy hoo-ha of like the magics. And I'm like, please don't. Shut the fuck up. I'm not interested in a rehashing of a War of the Roses or some realistic fight that we've gotten in the past. I am interested in the high fantasy bullshit that we were getting in Final Fantasy, like, you know, 14. Luna Freya is a reference to Final Fantasy XV. Hi there, Stormkiller, the game warrior. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. Welcome to the stream. I'm currently just got a party finder going right now for the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. We're just waiting on some people to join while I read more of the Unending Codex. All right, I was here. Urianger, overcome with regret, resolved to be more forthright and emotionally open with his comrades from that day forward. Upon returning to the source and being confronted with the reality of the final days, he played a key role in facilitating cooperation between the people of Aetheris and the moon-dwelling Liloperites. But it was not until a tearful reunion with Moonbraida's parents, who welcomed him as they would a son, that he began to feel as though he was growing into the man he wanted to be. Ultimately, it was the relationships Urianger cultivated that would see the ship Ragnarok take to the stars and hope restored to the star. Vertra, satrap of Hadzatan. This kind-hearted dragon is one of the 7 sired by Midgossamer in a time before mankind's memory. The talismans made from his green-black scales are treasured by those scions and the Alliance members fortunate enough to possess them, as they provide protection against soul-warping aether. Vertra took up residence on the cliffs of Thavniar long before the founding of Razathan. The Matanga came next to the isle, but they knew well enough to let sleeping dragons lie. They were followed by the Aura, who, despite cultural differences, maintained cordial relations with their new neighbors. It was not until the coming of Hurrian colonizers that Favnar knew war, and it was Vertra who emerged to quell it ere its flames consumed the land. The various tribes welcomed his intervention, yet he remained convinced that, however grateful that may be, they would never be content to let a dragon lord over them. There would never be lasting peace. And so, he asked Alzadal of the Aura to lead the people in public as Vertra himself withdrew into the shadows, whence he would provide guidance to the satrap and his successors. Thus was the Isle united under the banner of Razathan. As Alzadal and his ascendants ruled the diverse Razathan for centuries, behind the scenes, Vertra was no less devoted to her people. In fact, he was closer to them than they knew, for he oft embedded one of his eyes into alchemical simulacra of men that he might walk among them. Many of those simulacra would be sent abroad as representatives of the satrap at one point or another. There be made permanent ambassadors, providing a convenient excuse for the worm to switch vessels. When the final days came to his beloved throne, twisting his people into beasts for whom death was a mercy, Vertra realized that things could not continue as before. Loyal Ahawan, the while satrap, had fallen protecting the citizens, and to honor his final wish, Vertra would have to become satrap in name as well as deed. With a little encouragement from Estinian, he at last revealed himself to the Hanish people as their longtime protector. In the wake of an apocalypse averted, Thavniar began to rebuild under Vertra's auspices. His simulacrum is frequently spotted out and about in Razathan. While the public is no longer fooled by his diminutive guise, he is yet resolved to traverse the city as a man might, to better understand their plight and ensure that no quarter is left wanting. The First Brood. Though there are many exceptional dragons, the worms of the First Brood are beyond compare. In a time before reckoning, Midgossamer traversed the great expanse, bearing 7 eggs as he searched for a new home. Arriving upon Hydaelyn, he formed a pact with the Will of the Star and secured for his children a bounteous dominion. The worms born of this clutch would grow into Hraesvelgar, Nidhogg, Radakaskr, Bahamut, Tiamat, Azdaja, and Vertra, beings of immense power and majesty. The 7 then scattered to the far reaches of the world, there to spawn broods of their own, and thus did the dragons become legion. Though they have the capacity to live for nigh on eternity, several of the first brood have fallen. Bahamut was vanquished by the Alligans in the Third Astral Era, while Radagtasker and Nidhogg's deaths marked the beginning and end of the Dragon Song War respectively. Hraesvelgar, Tiamat, and Vertra remain among the living. Vertra, the youngest, is perhaps the most prominent of late, owing to his long-standing relationship with the people of Thavnir. Instrumental in establishing the nation of Razadhan, he has long guided it from shadows, only to recently reveal himself and formally assume the role of satrap in the wake of the final days. As Deja's status, whether she is alive or dead, much less as where she may be, is currently unknown. Huh. Wait, hang on. So, Hraesvelgar, Tiamat, and Vertra remain among the living. So, Hraesvelgar is... they were in the middle of the Dragon Song war and such like that, and they helped us broker peace. I don't know where Tiamat is. Oh, maybe... is Tiamat the dragon that's, like, captured over in Az's Law? Oh, okay, so yeah, so one of the... So, alive, dead, 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 alive, maybe, alive. So yeah, because Bahamut was in, like, yeah. Bahamut was vanquished by the Alligans in the Third Astral Era, yep. Azdaja's status... So yeah, we have no idea where Azdaja is. That's her, but Astidian freed her. Aether. This vital energy is essential to life as we know it. For a being to be classified as living, it requires both a soul and physical vitality, each of which is composed of aether. Scholars posit that this aether can and must be restored throughout life via the consumption and digestion of sustenance. Whether this is the primary factor in the body's need for nourishment is unclear. But what we do know is that the critical depletion of aether will result in physical and spiritual death. Aether manifests in many ways aside from the aforementioned two, including magical phenomenon both natural and of man's design. Most importantly, it flows imperceptually throughout the world, forming the great life stream to which all life one day returns, as well as the smaller aether currents that drive the winds and carry winged aloft. Without aether's blessings, our star would be a barren and desolate hell. Upon death, a being's aether disperses and passes from the mundane physical world into the ethereal realm. However, where many lives are lost suddenly due to violence or calamity, or the flow of the life stream itself is disrupted, the aether may instead coalesce upon the physical plane, forming the crystals with which our star is replete. Wait. So... does that mean that all the crystals, like, that are hanging around, like, oh no, that's not, yeah, all the aetherite crystals that are, like, hanging around are corpses? In, like, basically magical corpses? Or are they just talking about the crystals, like, over in, Mordona that are just, you know, jagged out and all that bullshit? Fortunault Levelu, the Charlian Forum representative. An Elizan born and raised in Old Charlian, Fortunault is one of the most influential members of the Forum, his nation's governing body. This council, formed of 99 elected representatives, dictates Charlian's course for matters great and small, be they minor regulations or national policy. Indeed, it was by the Forum's decree that, in response to the Imperial invasion of Alamigo, the Charlian colony in the Dravinian hinterlands was abandoned nearly overnight, an event referred to by many as simply the Exodus. In addition to his political power, Fortunault also wields authority as the Patriarch of the Levi-Luz, one of Charlian's oldest families. Its lineage can be traced back to the nation's founders who arrived aboard Nyankref's Hope during the 6th Umbral Calamity. Thus does the family keep Nyankref's words as its creed. Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. So spoke Charlian's first leader, and so too does Fortuneau's Leveleur. Until recently, Fortuneau was driven to fulfill a singular purpose, one which the Forum has pursued in secret for 270 years. Having learned of the final days through an unexpected communion with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, Charlian's elite set to work developing a ship by which to ferry their people and their hard-won stores of knowledge to the moon, thence to search for a new home among the stars. Fortunault's dedication to this plan grew more fervent after his wife, Amalence, gave birth to their 2 children, Alphino and Alize. Desperate to ensure the twins escape the coming apocalypse, he threw himself into his work with a determination bordering on obsession. The death of his own father, Archon Louisoix, during the 7th Umbral Calamity only served to deepen his resolve. As the final days drew closer, Fortunault was consumed by fear for his children's safety and disapproval of their continued association with the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. He vowed to get them aboard Charlian's ship by any means necessary, even should it cost him what remained of their already strained relationship. However, when the twins accomplished the impossible by optimizing the ship's aether burner, he came to understand that their conviction would not be denied, nor should it. Unburdening his heart, he at last reconciled with his family and embraced the monumental responsibility of saving the star. The ship he dubbed the Ragnarok would travel to the very end of the universe, delivering the heroes who would defeat the threat he had long so feared. Eorzea. Comprised of Aldernod, the westernmost of the 3 great continents and its surrounding islands, the realm of Eorzea has throughout history been the cradle of several unique civilizations. Rich in aether and blessed with abundance of natural resources, it is often said to be embraced by gods, in reference to the 12, the pillars upon which the religious faith of many Eorzeans firmly rests. As recently as a few decades ago, the 6 city-states of Eorzea coexisted in an age of relative stability. Alas, this peace was shattered in the year 1557 of the 6th Astral Era, when the Garlean Empire embarked upon a campaign of Eorzean conquest. Alamigo soon fell, and the promise of continued violence saw the nation of Charlian abandon its Dravinian colony, recalling its citizens to the motherland in the northern seas. In this way was Eorzea plunged once more into an age of strife. The 7th Umbral Calamity followed, bringing with it unspeakable devastation. But the resilient people of Eorzea endured. Joining hands in common cause, they eventually succeeded in defeating the Imperial invaders. In Ishgard, the millennium-long Dragon Song War was later brought to an end, and after a joint campaign by the Eorzean Alliance and the Alamigan Resistance, the 20-year Garlean occupation of Alamigo ended in liberation. Thus did the realm obtain a measure of peace. The 7th Umbral Calamity. The history of Eorzea is marked by a repeated cycle of devastation, umbral eras, and prosperity, astral eras. The first 6 astral eras were each preceded by calamity, corresponding to one of the 6 elements. Following on from the calamity of wind, which ushered in the first astral era, the calamity of lightning, which brought destructive thunderstorms, the calamity of fire, withering droughts, the calamity of earth, devastating earthquakes, the calamity of ice, an endless winter, and the calamity of water, a land-consuming deluge. With all of the elements accounted for, many scholars convinced themselves that there could be no other calamities, that the 6th astral era would last indefinitely. Alas, the 7th Umbral Calamity would indeed befall the land, triggered when the Garlean Legatus Naval Van Darnus saw the Meteor Project to fruition. Dalamud, Hydaelyn's lesser moon, was plucked from the heavens, and upon its arrival above central Eorzea, it split apart to reveal the elder primal Bahamut. who, in a fit of incorrect anger, laid waste to anything and everything around him. However, owing to the countermeasures enacted by the Archon Louis Soir, the realm was spared complete annihilation, and after the ashes had settled, underwent a remarkable rebirth. 5 years on from that fateful day, the forces of the Eorzean Alliance succeeded in defeating Legatus Gaius van Balstar and his occupying 14th Imperial Legion. Though other threats still remained, the victory marked a turning point in the fortunes of the realm, and so it was proclaimed that by the light of the crystal, the 7th astral era had come, and the realm was at last truly reborn. Okay, so the first element we got was a calamity of wind. And then we had from the calamity of, so we went from wind to lightning. So lightning is an opposing of wind. And then from lightning, we went to fire, fire to earth for some reason. And then from ice, and then from earth to ice, ice to water. So yeah, and then, then we had then we had the umbral, which would have been the void sense and such, and then the first was going through a calamity that could have been like, you know, the terrible stuff. Xenos Viator Galvus, eldest son of Eras Vos Galvus, second emperor of Arlamold. Xenos Osye Galvus was groomed from birth to succeed his father. However, history would come to know him by another name, Xenos Viator Galvus, kinslayer and outcast, whose misdeeds threw the Empire into a turmoil from which it would not escape. Blessed with martial and intellectual gifts, Xenos ever stood apart from his peers. He was raised among the sons and daughters of nobility in the hopes that he might find companions to advise him in his future role, but none proved his equal. Though the crown prince scorned the nativity of children and deemed his elders unworthy of respect, he eventually found joy in hunting. In the primal desperation of the beasts who fought violently to survive, Xenos savored pitting his strength against theirs, and even after he became a military leader, this remained his sole pleasure. It was after Xenos was appointed Imperial Viceroy of the provinces of Doma and Alamigo that he would encounter prey of a different stripe, the Warrior of Light. Aided by the Eorzean champion and his allies, a band of rebels grew bold enough to draw the Crown Prince's attention, leading to their first altercation at Ralger's Reach. Alas, the Warrior of Light was soundly defeated that day, and while a subsequent clash in Doma resulted in a similar outcome, Xenos grew more fascinated with the beast he dubbed the Champion of the Savages. Electing to spare him a second time in the hopes he might grow into an even greater challenge, in time, the Warrior of Light and his allies led an army to Alamigo, and with his comrades engaged Xenos a third time within the royal palace. In that time, the Legatus realized that this was his first and only rival, and after luring him to the gardens atop the palace, Xenos used his artificial echo to become one with the captive primal Shinryu. For the fourth time he fought his prey, but on this occasion the Warrior of Light emerged triumphant. Having experienced a transcendental joy beyond any he had ever known, Xenos took his own life, unwilling to live outside the fleeting moment. Yet, in embracing his stolen power, Xenos had rewritten his fate. His essence did not return to the life stream, but instead possessed the body of another. In a cycle akin to that of the immortal Asians, the erstwhile prince leapt from vessel to vessel until he found one with which he could return home to Garlemald. There he was reunited with his original form, which had been occupied for a time by the Asian Elidibus, and was thus resurrected body and soul. His first act following his return was to murder his own father. This was not out of malice, but jealousy. Emperor Varus had set his sights on the scions of the Seventh Dawn, and Xenos was loath to share his quarry with another. For the returned prince, who had known the exaltation of a warrior's death, the purpose of this new life was clear: to confront the only soul he would deign to call friend, and reclaim the bliss he had known only once before. As Garlemald teetered on the verge of collapse, Xenos was approached by the Asian Fandaniel, who laid bare the truth of the star. Together, the two formed the Telophoroi, who schemed to usher in the final days. They sowed discord across the realm, channeling aether from the lifestream into the Tower of Babel, that Zodiarch himself might be liberated from his lunar prison. In this, they did succeed, but before Xenos could seize control of the Primal and battle the Warrior of Light, he was betrayed by Fandaniel, whose subsequent death at the hero's hand was set in motion the final days. Xenos was still desperate for his long-desired rematch, but understood that the Warrior of Light was too distracted by the fate of the star to accept his challenge. And so, in disappointment, he quit the field and vanished from the world stage. Xenos spent much of his self-imposed exile contemplating how he might obtain his heart's desire, but his answer proved simple. He would aid the Warrior of Light in his struggle. To that end, he assumed the form of a dragon once more and flew to the edge of the universe. With Xenos' aid, the threat to all life was laid low, and when the dust had settled, the Warrior of Light at last granted his wish. Xenos Viator Galvis now rests at the edge of the firmament, and none but the Warrior of Light can attest to his final moments. Is my party finder on? Yes, it is. It's just taking a long time for whatever reason. Like, seriously? No, Jack! Try to finish Abyssos before the night ends. Apply. Actually, can I do this? Actually, can I do this unsynced? Is it possible to do it unsynced? Yep, there's my what's-my-whoosies. No harm in trying. I love how I'm still waiting. It's like Russian Gorilla, Apocalypse doing alchemy, Strife is over there mining, and Lilith has now started doing a little bit of gardening. Orin, my boy, is the last one remaining. All right. Fandaniel. One of the Sundered Asians, Fandaniel first appeared before the Warrior of Light in the body of the late Asashi Sas Brutus. Hey! Like those of his brethren, his name is in fact a title, one of the exalted offices of the Convocation of 14, the collective that guided mankind in ancient times. During the first final days, the seat was held by a man named Hermes, who, prior to his induction, served as chief overseer of Elpis, the testing ground of creation, and was an authority on flying life forms as well as the celestial sphere. In the course of his work, however, Hermes came to question mankind's single-minded pursuits of perfection, prompting him to create Metion, and her sisters to seek the meaning of life in the distant stars. Alas, an accident had caused them all to perish before they could fulfill their purpose, or so it was believed. In truth, his creations fought naught but despair, and concluded that salvation lay only in death. Furthermore, Metion declared that she herself would usher in their demise. In a moment of madness, Hermes allowed her to pursue her designs and erase the memories of those who knew what awaited, his own included, that mankind might be put to the proof and prove themselves capable of change and thus worthy of survival. Ignorant of his deeds, Hermes went on to oppose the final days with all his being, as he himself had intended. His knowledge proved instrumental in forestalling the final days and the formulation of the plan to sacrifice half their number to manifest the mighty Zodiarch. This first primal served to shield the star from Metion's Song of Oblivion, but would later be sundered into 14 parts along all creation by his counterpart, Hydaelyn. Ironically, in forcibly erasing his memories, Hermes engraved them deeper upon his soul. In the millennia that followed, the cycle of death and rebirth would lead him to recall the forgotten truth, that the architect of the apocalypse abided at the edge of the universe. Two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Just one more. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, 7. One of the incarnations who inherited a shard of Hermes' tormented soul was a man named Amon, a brilliant technologist who rose to prominence in the Allegan Empire. Just as it was falling into decline, a victim of its prosperity, the empire had grown stagnant. The people delighted in debauchery, and science was no more than a means to amuse the decadent masses. Lamenting this state of affairs, Amon resolved to resurrect the founding father, Emperor Zonde, that he might restore the empire to its former glory. And though he succeeded in his unholy endeavor, the emperor, having once more experienced death, had been forever changed by the knowledge. Seeking return all to nothingness, he set in motion events that would lead to the Empire's undoing. But before Alag was consigned to oblivion, the Asians, wishing to make use of Amon's singular talents, called him to serve as the new Fandaniel. In receiving of the Asian mantle, Fandaniel regained the missing pieces of his past and recalled the truth of the final days in its entirety. After the three unsundered Asians met their ends, he forged an alliance with Xenos in order to take control of Zodiarch. His heart was a maelstrom of righteous anger and all-consuming despair. Twisted further by the remnants of the dreams that had haunted him as Amon, of an ancient world rent asunder by a calamity well-deserved. Ultimately, he did not bear witness to the conclusion of the tale he had written. Having fallen as Zodiarch, his soul was subsequently dragged into the depths of the ethereal sea by the spiteful Asahi. He would never know if the Warrior of Light and his comrades managed to overcome the despair that had broken him so utterly. The Asians. Throughout history, whether it be in folklore or myth, there have been scattered mentions of dark-robed figures known variously as Asians or Paragons. With their twisted words, they would incite strife between peoples or indeed entire nations, often escalating hostilities by instructing the beleaguered inhabitants in the rituals of primal summoning. While this portrayal was not inaccurate, it was not the entire story. In the course of their efforts to counter the machinations of the Asians, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn came to understand the true nature of their enemy. They learned that the Cabal was comprised of 13 prominent individuals, 3 unsundered survivors of the Convocation of the 14, the council which had orchestrated the summoning of Zodiarch in antiquity, and 10 sundered souls, fragments of members restored to their former offices. They were known as Logharif, Mitrion, Emixelk, Peshderot, Fandaniel, Ultima, Halmerit, Nabarellus, Igeyorhum, Didelaphon, Emerolov, Lahabrea, and Elidibus. These positions served as both name and title, for should an Ascian fall, another bearing a shard of the same soul would be found and raised to the vacant seat. The Ascians' ultimate purpose was nothing less than the restoration of their dark god Zodiark and the resurrection of their ancient brethren. Such miracles demanded they sow chaos in both the source and its reflections, that they might cultivate the conditions for cataclysmic rejoinings. Only then would Zodiark be free of his chains and the souls of modern age be worthy of offering up in sacrifice. Azim's Crystal. In the Age of the Ancients, when the Convocation made the decision to summon Zodiark, the 14th seat on the council, the seat of Azim, lay empty, for the holder had relinquished his office. When his dear friend and former Azim, Venat, labored to summon Hydaelyn, he did not take part in their plan. Though the circumstances and his reasons were unclear to the end, Azim walked a path all his own. After the world was divided into 10 and 3, the unsundered Ascians sought to reconvene their council to facilitate the rejoining of reflections. Yet while they succeeded in locating the fragmented souls of their erstwhile colleagues, these reincarnations had no recollection of their ancient lives. Thus did the unsundered find it necessary to prepare crystals replete with the knowledge and memories tied to each office. As a defector, Azim and his legacy were deemed unworthy of preservation. Moved perhaps by lingering affection, however, Emixel crafted a crystal in secret which contained his dear friend's signature incantation, a magic with which he summoned allies to his side in times of great need. The self-same crystal was inherited by the Warrior of Light, whose path has ever been paved with trial and tribulation. Whenever he is required to call upon the depths of his conviction, Azim's crystal is sure to answer. This is kind of cool. Donk. Okay, are you fucking serious? We are sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are missing out on one more spot. Why is it taking so long? Are you kidding me? How much longer is my thingy-majiggy open for? 51 minutes. Cool. Come on, please. We just need one more. Just one more fucking just one more DPS, please. There we go. Alrighty. Alrighty. We shall do a ready check. Usually works, and getting up to do something usually works. I love how Kirik Strife is like, yep, I'm ready. You are right now doing some goldsmithing right now. Kirik, okay, there we go. Now they're not doing goldsmithing, but Lilith. And then they just hit ready. Like, come on. Alrighty then. Let's go. Let's do it. Final raid of the night.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul. And with your death, none will be left to stop me.
Damn. Perfect imperfection. Hephaestus. That is some crazy looking armor.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise.
Hopefully I'm...
Out of my
Oh,
sight.
okay.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let's see some.
Ah, okay. So, Snake.
I tire of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Oh, what the?
You will know my rage. Perish in flame's embrace.
No! I cannot have fucking Cactar thrown at me, Blue, while I'm in the middle of fighting for my life.
From fulgent flame my servants rise. Let's sink sorrow into your heart.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck lemon, Blue.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are prey to be consumed.
Okay, what am I... Okay, somehow I dodged that.
Sear flesh from bone. covered ash in your wake. A fitting death.
Almost there. Yeah, hopefully that's the melee LB. Almost there. Yeah! Give me this. Give me the noise. Dun 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 bum ba ya. Ah, yes! Did it! Pandemonium Abyssos complete. Let's go. Ooh. Need. I'm gonna pass on all these. Thank you, Rushing Gorilla. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you did. I greatly appreciate it. I will probably disband the party at this point once I get out of this cutscene. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error. When out of mercy I confined you here, now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Oh, that's his son. Even an cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other half. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erychthonios' dream to life. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erychthonios, he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? I wish you would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erychthonios, beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You, who are not but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, she... No. No, that... Who? How do I... I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever... And La Habrea, I will have my say. Yeah. How? His mind was mine. I can't explain. Grant's words reached me through the haze. They rang out loud and clear, as did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. Yes. Look at my boy go. You worthless. You. Ah. Getting absolutely. He like bound and contained and then forever removed. Hey, look, he turns into a little crystal. I'm guessing that's a crystal. That's a La Habrea's crystal then. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. You did well, son. Yay! Alright, alright, I am going to disband the party at this point. With Hephaestus' essence contained in this crystal, we may safely return Erychthonius above. That he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understand his adeptedness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. Dun, 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 dun. Excuse me. I feel no trace of Hephaestus' prison in your mind, and for a blessing it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erychthonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper cause. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed. He was naught but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of aether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. On that manner, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as it was from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the wards of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though, we can enhance and alter our physical vessels. We have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter those limitations. Such limitations as we were not meant to surpass, she sought to enter the realm of the gods. Scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considering entered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena? As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers throughout the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weakness of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than what we have ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me, and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her? I made haste to Pandemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Atticus to keep watch from the Tartarus's vestibule as I ventured deeper, knowing not what would await me. As for what occurred next, 'tis best to see with your own eyes. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandemonium are not to be masked. Yet you stand before me with your face covered? What petty defiance is this? What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself have not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistis forever. As well, you know that I cannot allow it to continue. I shall say this but once. Release Erechthonus, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time is come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist? Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one unweigh little against the needs of an entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware. But did you not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child? You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, perilous researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know once more. I missed what they were saying there. Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be. She offered me everything. To be understood. Hang on a second, sorry, I just need to... I'm just gonna check something, real quick. Dink. There we go. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become the... damn it, once again, they decide to do the, and I thee. Ah! Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. So La Habrea, like, felt all of that when their souls joined, and at that and then he was able to cut them, he was able to separate them then? I honestly thought by joining of the souls they wouldn't be able to do that. They wouldn't be able to, split afterwards. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You have beheld my life's work. Try as you might to exercise the memory. The seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the self-same savior. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insights spread. "'Twas my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today, I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in my duty alone. Today, I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. Ooh. So he like half destroyed his mark and such like that. Hi there, Izzy. It's tomorrow. What are you What do you mean it's no, it's granted it is late. It is 10:42. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. How are you doing, Izzy the fat cat? Hopefully you're having a wonderful time with the arting and such like that. Also, happy Pride Month. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence? You forgot Queensland doesn't do daylight savings? No, we don't. We're not beholden to the ancient ways of changing our clocks just because someone wants to experience daylight at a different hour. And we don't come up with silly excuses such as, oh, but it's going in line with the cows or the farmers. It's like, no, you know why we had daylight savings all those times ago? It was so then that way we didn't burn the candles during a later time in the night or something like that, and you know, causing people to see us much easier out in nighttime during air raids. That's why we have daylight savings pushed. It's dumb. We have the technology for light. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Igiorium and Emixelk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well as they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I had never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. But yeah, no, we're not experiencing daylight savings here in Queensland. I hope you're having a wonderful evening, Izzy. I got back from my camping trip, that I had over the long weekend. It was really fun. It was a society of, anachronisms. So, people that were followers of anachronism. So basically, different place, different time. I got dressed up in 14th century French attire. It was pretty cool, called let me look it up again because I forgot the word. Burgundian. I got dressed up in Burgundian tops. Thank you, Artemis Snep. Artemis Snep was dressed up in a mixture of attires based on the Saturday and Sunday. They had an Italian kirtle one day, and then they had a 14th century surcoat another. Did you have wars with Anglo-Saxon camps? No, we didn't have. There was a knighting. There was a tourney with rapiers and heavy weapons, and there was a knighting. It was pretty cool. 2 Italians. The red one is also Italian. Ah, okay. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtlessly believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should, yet in truth, he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? I feel like we're missing a detail about Athena, but I feel like we're missing a detail of Athena, but sure. So the French did have wars with the English then. Historically authentic. Funny. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me? Even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtlessly don that mask once more, so before we climb out of this god-forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. Anachronistic. Yeah, that's the word. I have difficulties with that word, Izzy. Anachronistic. I've heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Alrighty then. By God, there's so much dialogue to go through before we're done. So yeah, I believe Code does this kind of stuff as well. Like, because I remember like Artemis being like, hey, Code, hey, Grant, I need you to share some things to Code. It's very important. It's related to the anachronisms. I owe you an apology, Grant. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandemonium, then I would never have known La Habrea's story. My father's story. 'Twas a tale I too was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this he foresaw. I am afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered the key to Hephaestus' experiments and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I'm exhausted. I do have to go have an exam. Best of luck with the exam tomorrow morning, Artemis. I'll send you a message in the morning to remind you because you're waking up earlier than normal for it. Love you. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I had not considered its origin until I saw that one containing Hephaestus' Aether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. I'm still here. I'm not going just... I'm gonna be getting some sleep soon. You don't have to be sticking around for me. Besides, your sleep is important. You got an early day tomorrow. My day doesn't exactly start very early, and I don't have intense exams in the morning. There is another? While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azum was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other wardens. We shall question them after they are freed. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure and we shall share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you're so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of his aim. As well as it should. He has pledged to keep moving until he has seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. You may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. There we go. Alright. Ding, dong, bam, boom. Yes, I'll use a ticket for that because goodness gracious. Holy shit, there's so much dialogue. We're almost there, chat. Dun, dun. Why, if it isn't Grant! Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudin commissioned for his search was lost some time ago, and now we have quite lost track of where he might be. And to make matters worse, Nemjinji had just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Attila scope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. Oh my god. So this is Pandemonium in our time. What is that? Is it real? Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Oh, cool. It's Louis. It's Levilu. What's Mahuzi man? And you too, Professor Claudin's assistants, I take it. As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. Excuse me. Almost there, chat. Almost there! While the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern, these details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Azizla, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. A rash endeavor, even for Claudin, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Izigard's aid in searching for him. As for the unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandemonium was it? It cannot be left alone. Hi there, Phantom Superman. I am so close to finishing this stream, so I've put on a little thingy-madiggy to stop the whole, being raided and such, so... For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled so as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further
Irregularities.
that. You two, submit a detailed report to the forum at once. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigations has concluded. Very good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must appraise the forum of what has occurred here. There we go. Just when we need him the most, Professor Claudin remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We are left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I'm but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my inexperienced imagination failed to do Pandemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder, if the facility itself traversed the ages, did the creations within do the same? What are the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortunal asked and write that report. As for you, Grant, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. Oh wait, I need to talk to What's-a-Mahoozy, so then that way, oh yeah. Unsung relics of What's-a-Mahoozy. I need to get rid of some of these, rings. I've got, how many of these do I have? 8 of these, Jesus Christ. Ding, cloning. And then, fuck it, let's do it for the monk as well. Actually, monk? Nah, let's do it for Reaper. Just so then that way I am rid of these things, and then I can do like a What's-a-Mahoozy exchange afterwards. Alright, talk to you real quick, so then that way I can get the Savage unlocks, because I imagine, like, if I ever get a static, if I ever figure out, like, you know, 3 to 6 other people to, 3 to 7 other people to, talk to organize and such like that, I love the idea of going through, like, earlier Savages that I do not have the confidence in soloing, just so then that way I have a means of getting, like, some of the cool-looking attires and what have you. Also, I have not finished the Tomestone here. It's 6 p.m. tomorrow is when it's due. That's fine. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty then. So Limbo Ring of Fending and Slaying. And then we got these Pugilist rings and then healing. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, if I can probably do. Alright, so I don't yet have those available yet. And then Temple Circuit for the monk, and something or rather. I have multiples of these? Jesus. And then I have the Colosseum Shawl and Loincloth. Select the gear you would like to include. Only they may be selected. Maximum glamour prisms required. 2. All right, I will remember this for next time. For now, though, it's time to go to bed, chat. God, I am so tired, let me tell you. I need to figure out what it is that I'm going to be playing for the rest of this week as well, because I want to try and keep into a cadence of streaming on the Wednesday and the Friday. I know what I'm streaming Sunday, because Sunday I'm going to be playing Diablo with Velk and Code. That is still going to be a thing. I'll probably double check with them to make sure that I do have those things. You just woke up. I am so sorry, Phantom Man. And this is unfortunately how the cookie crumbles. If, because of your time zones, you probably will have better success finding me when I'm streaming Sunday morning is probably going to be Saturday night for you if you're over in the States. For now, though, I am going to see who is online and who we can go and raid. Goodness gracious. So many people playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't think we're going to go into someone playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I think we are going to go into... Let's see here. Who am I following right now? That's... You know what? We're going to go raid into Sephora. She is right now having a sleepy stream. Chat, tuck me in. So we're going to go and raid into them. And we're going to go with a sleepy raid. Himbos going asleep. That is going to be our raid message. So remember, it's himbros, not himbos for this one. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. By God, it is so late. It is almost midnight. It's past 10 p.m. It's past 11 o'clock now. So yeah, so I am going to need to call it here. I will need to figure out what my schedule is going to be like tomorrow morning. I need to remember to get that out before we get to Wednesday because, yeah, I didn't organize that kind of stuff ahead of time before I got back from camping. So, but I'm glad I was able to go camping. I will probably talk about it again on the Wednesday when I get like a proper schedule, or maybe not. Who knows? But yeah, thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening. Could I get my redeem refunded then? Which redeem did you need refunded then? The was it the fishing one? I'll get the fishing one refunded shortly. But yeah, we're gonna go raid into Zephora.